alone. However, if we want to go far, we should go together. Thus, in this session, we will shed light on our journey toward collaboration, partnership with different organizations and universities, industries, in pursuit of world-class university, MBUST. I would like to request our first speaker for this session, Professor Sudarshan Raj Tiwari, one of the trustees of MBUST, and he is an architect and cultural heritage expert of Nepal, former Dean of Institute of Engineering, and he will be giving his presentation on strategies for progress towards creation of new knowledge and technology. Floor is all yours, sir.
Okay. Do I get it here, or it's very difficult for me to see my own slides? But if you have a cordless, then I can probably speak from down there. यो छैन त्यही त देख्दै देख्दै चल्छ? Okay, let's have it on. So I'm going to talk about basically starting steps of what Madan Bhandari University of Science and Technology has taken and is planning to take. And as a university, of course, the major role that any university plays, we have been talking in the last session also, is about generating knowledge. And for this University of Science and Technology, they need to generate appropriate knowledge and appropriate technology. By appropriate, I mean that which we need, not really talking about the appropriate technology as is often used by the academic experts. That's referring to the 80s and 70s kind of technologies. No, I'm not talking about that. So I'm just going to be talking about how a university goes around making a progress towards generating knowledge and technology. So let's go to the next one. Okay. So these are some of the topics I'm going to be talking about. It's generally a kind of theoretical small talk, you can say, and it's not, hopefully the other speakers will make it more, kind of concrete and more, let's say, forward sounding, but I'm going to be looking essentially at how knowledge, what knowledge and technology, how they are built, and how research-based education can be used to generate this kind of knowledge, and what are some of the strategies that we hope to follow in the case of Madan Bhandari University, and some of the areas of research we are thinking we should get into. Some of these topics we discussed in the morning also. And finally, I'll talk a little bit about what progress we have made so far and into this aspect of research and technology generation, and make a few points about what future pathways we might take. So I think we have one of the basic understanding that as academics, we have to understand that knowledge has to be created. And with that use of scientific knowledge, through the use of scientific knowledge, we create technologies. And in general, any kind of knowledge is something that allows you to review your reality or change your reality through this knowledge, building of knowledge. So research becomes the tool that lets us develop that knowledge, and from which only we can develop the technology side. So the other thing is for universities, just development of knowledge is not enough. No, the knowledge need to be transferred to like in the case of universities, we transfer knowledge through generally through teaching, through pedagogy, and maybe teaching so far has been one of the better ways of transferring knowledge. But as time has gone on, universities have changed from teaching universities to other kind of roles they can play. So the other roles are essentially coming because this knowledge that we develop, or wherever it is developed, has to be used, and it's generally used in industry or research or in consultancies. So I think that if we are in the business of creating knowledge, we have to be collaborating with most of the users, as well as those places other than universities, which also generate knowledge. So at present, the general understanding is these three let's say broad institutional areas which are involved in generating knowledge. We generally think that academia is the place where the knowledge is generated, created. Yes, but it is also created in enterprises, because when they when in workplaces and industries where they are working with maybe some kind of given knowledge, they also end up generating newer knowledge there, and newer technologies also can come from the industries and workplaces. So this has been one of the means used in earlier times also, before universities themselves started generating the knowledge itself. So I also think that government can be an important part where knowledge can be created, because particularly in places like in countries like ours, where if we think the government also does a fair amount of, let's say, productive activities, and in which case the knowledge might have been creating there. And I'm trying to refer to in engineering and sciences, we make many of these reports that are kind of made for the government consumption. There can be a lot of knowledge hiding in there also. We are not in the, at present, we might not be using it, and it might be just lying filed somewhere as a report of projects, etc. But this can be also sources where the knowledge creation can take place. And the Madan Bhandari University, I think philosophically we try to bring these three potential knowledge generators into one place under within the cooperation of the university. So we're trying to suggest that university is where the enterprise as well as the government can come together. And we saw that in the morning, where we have been talking about university industry cooperation in our research, development of research, which is the activity which generates knowledge and technology. Let me go back a little bit here. Can I go back? I don't know if this is going back or going forward. This doesn't go back? Is there a way of going back on this? I'm sorry, I just, I've been a lecturer most of the time, so I'm trying to. So So I was talking earlier that universities in the past have mostly been teaching universities. Uh, in the world, the universities have been uh, changing since ancient times into various roles. And I put that here in the slide here as what I call the STRICS. Uh, Initially, in terms of knowledge and technology, we have first level of concern is usually about manual skills, the ability to do some production in the industry by hand or things like that, manual skills and those kind of things. Then universities start getting involved in the teaching part, and later on, research became a very important component of universities. And at present, innovation from research is another important part of the university. So it is not just teaching and research, it's now innovation also. And now in the next phase in many other countries, the knowledge skill is becoming more important. So it's from a manual skill, the first S, universities are usually keeping that out as, like in our case, we'll say CTE, BT would take care of that S component in the beginning. But for us, I think the challenge is when we talk in the conventional university sense, how to move from teaching to research and from research to innovation. And Madan Bhandari University, I think we are promoting this TRI part a lot, and we want to go into the knowledge skilling part also as time goes on. And for us, the major concern, I think the question was raised earlier also, there are two kinds of broad objectives that we have put in. One is it has to be of world class, whatever we do. And the other is we are doing this for the just and prosperous development of our country. So there is two big issues involved here. One, whatever we do, whatever research or whatever knowledge or technology we try to generate, it must have it must meet challenge of global competitiveness, so that our activities are relevant in a global way. Otherwise, we cannot really be a kind of be a world class. But in the same stance, it must be able to have a good national relevance. Now, one of the problems for the University of Sciences and Technology in Nepal, I think, when we are talking about economies, is our economy is kind of spread. We have an agricultural economy, we have an industrial kind of economy also, and we are going into the knowledge economy also. So how does in course of development of universities in history in other countries, they have progressed. In maybe early universities were responsive to agricultural economy, then later on to industrial economy, and now they are responding to the knowledge economy. So we have this Madan Bhandari University has this great challenge as to how do we generate a knowledge or technologies, knowledge and technologies that will be relevant to agricultural economy, to industrial economy, and also to knowledge economy. So that is the big challenge. And sometimes we tend to think the technologies for agriculture are kind of basic technologies. I think what we have to learn is there is as much of research and world-class research and technology development to be done, even at the level of the agricultural economy, even there. So that's, I think, the major concern for knowledge and technology building for Madan Bhandari University of Science and Technologies. And to get the relevance, to build the relevance to Nepal and also to the rest of the world, we have chosen that we will get involved in these sectors of the economy, like agriculture, forestry, tourism, building, and maybe the AI and ICT, and later on maybe environment and energy. But at present, when you look at agriculture also, we also want to direct our research and technology development into areas which are of direct consequences to agricultural economy in Nepal, but is also of concern to the rest of the world, that it will make a sense. So like we're dealing with a issue like organic organic agriculture, or bio materials. So these are related to, earlier we had the ADB presentation in which you were talking about the relevance to climate change and all that. That we are already trying to build in through some of these studies that we're trying to do on forest products, carbon, carbon footprint reduction possibilities. So use of building materials. Actually, in terms of building, we want to look at building materials, which are which help in the kind of reduction of problems generated by climate change. So this, so in all these major sectors of economy, we'll be looking at those parts of that problem in those areas, which when we try to solve that problem, we will hope to end up generating knowledge and technology that will be of use to go into a global competitive environment also. So some of these posters that you saw on the outside about our extraction labs and testing labs, they hope to generate knowledge and technology that will lead to products that can be competitive in the 21st century world. So these are broad sectors of the economy, but within that also we'll be selective so that we are able to make meaning to the globe itself, and kind of help industries or help producers go into the global competition. So how does it happen in a university? I mean, we all of us who are working in universities know this, but still I'm going to kind of state this. Research-based education is the main anchor of Madan Bhandari University. So we will be emphasizing a lot on methodological research. So emphasizing on experimental and quasi-experimental kind of research. So our laboratories are being developed in that offer. And the programs that we hope to offer is, we like to change a little bit from the traditional development sequence of universities. In traditional universities, the development sequence has been, a bachelor's degree, a master's degree, and then doctoral studies, and then postdoctoral research. We would probably try to start it from the reverse way, to start from the top, because we want to get into research first, and through research lead to other kinds of development. So the program offers our PhD research is a kind of first level of program offer, then the master's and the bachelor's level. The other concept we hope in Madan Bhandari University of Science and Technology is that because we are a research-based university, we want to be a contributor to the generators of knowledge and technology. We have to be research-based, and research is always led by the laboratory. So we hope that the leadership of the laboratory will be kind of developed so that they lead in teaching, research, technical support, as well as consulting. So our laboratories are the points where industries will go and cooperate, or service institutions will come and cooperate. So this, and essentially, the way we are thinking of developing our laboratories, and some of them are already in the development stage, in the sense that some equipments have been procured and some research has started. They are of a not a unidisciplinary nature like in the past, and now we hope to have a multidisciplinary kind of a laboratory. so that students from different backgrounds can come and join the university. So actually, how do they join it is we have kind of proposed, and hopefully it will be endorsed through the academic councils, is that each of our laboratories or each of our institutions or each of our, let's say, focus areas will develop a framework of research topics, research areas, and applying students will have to find a place to enter within that framework. So it's a tourism research framework, there will be one, there will be agriculture research framework, there will be forest production research framework, and there will be AI research framework. So students have to look at it, and within that, they will have to choose their. So they come, the students join with us with an idea of a problem that they have to solve, and or at least find some knowledge which will help solve that problem. Or if they are, if we are able to work more successfully, develop technologies that will find solution to those problems. So this kind of bringing together all our concerns into the laboratory and in the research that we do in the laboratory, that hopefully will give us a different kind of university structure. So we are still talking about it, whether we should go into the institution, department, lab kind of structure, or these labs are itself led by what I call this collegial leadership, that a laboratory might have professors from three different specializations, and as a group, they might be the leader of the laboratories. So the other approach is cooperative research that we want to do. And basically cooperative research we want to use to create an innovative environment. So taking R into I kind of phase so that it can go for immediate use in the industry. And we hope that in the morning we had one agreement signed. So so we want to get more industries sponsoring research in our university. So this sponsorship can be sought through industries, through entrepreneurs also. Some of them very enterprising entrepreneurs probably can come and fund our research also. And I think in Nepal, we can still hope that we can get do some research for the government also. Essentially, I put this diagram to show that our research should be such that it's the outcome of that research has to be able to kind of find its application area in both the what we might call low-tech areas like agriculture. And I can tell you that they are not really low-tech, but that's the kind of concept we have. We tend to think that agriculture and forestry kind of thing do not use the cutting-edge technologies. But now some of the discussions you were saying in the morning also, you saw the presentation that cutting-edge technologies are and research are also happening in those areas. So, but essentially, let's remember that the high-tech and the low-tech, if there anything like that, our research should be such that it should be able to move the cog in both in the low-tech area as well as the high-tech area. So it has to be able to, if we are able to do research, which makes meaning to both the sectors, if we can get AI in agriculture, for example, if something like that could be done, let's see if then Madan Bhandari might have achieved its objectives in a strong way. So generally we tend to separate, research for agricultural laboratories will tend to separate, but application, we can also try to ensure that it goes there. So generally, I think any university general process of development, these 4 areas become very important for to develop research and knowledge and technologies. One is programs. You have to have the program development has to be very carefully done. The other is facilities. And third is faculty and students. I think Dr. Joshi was making that emphasis in the beginning. So these are the 4 strategic areas where inputs are going in. So some work has been done in developing the programs. and program in a multidisciplinary kind of focus. Some other facilities are being developed so that that program focus is assisted. And we are now in the process of thinking about getting the faculty and students. Dr. Joshi was talking about how to get the best of students. That's one of the strategies to have a best knowledge producing center, is to have a good group of students, best students, best faculties, and commensurately, let's say, modern contemporary facilities are important. So research frameworks that we hope to develop for all these different laboratories. The important part is we have to be stay focused on the areas that we're pointing out. You know, it's very easy to lose focus on the actual problems and start doing research of meaningful to academics, but maybe it might not be so meaningful to the industry, etc. So that's why the sponsorship and partnership, I think they should go on kind of nudging us all the time. And other thing is generally the universities have been not so good at is commercializing that knowledge, whatever they develop. So industry partners are the ones who we hope will go and take the knowledge and technology developed into the economic production as tools of economic production. Essentially, at present, the disciplinary domains that we are thinking about for graduate programs is forest biomaterials, in which we are looking at pine, bamboo, green chemicals, maybe herbals, aromatics. Number two area that we have this graduate programs developed is on AI and data science. Organic architecture we have been talking about. One of the things we're looking at present is the mushroom laboratory is working there, and we plan to work later on into wild mushrooms, maybe possible, maybe leather, maybe ways of yashagumba and all those kind of herbals might be an area we try to tackle under both forest as well as organic agriculture. Tourism is another area we want to get in, and hiking and trekking might be the first area where we want to enter. This is not just about trail design and trail construction, but it has to be about other things like, as we were discussing with some of the entrepreneurs in tourism, our trekking routes, for example, are very well designed for climbing up, but if you have to rescue someone and bring it down, then they didn't seem to be very satisfactory. So this kind of research and technology or design aspects have still got to be studied. So there are some questions in the field as to what exactly we will do. This I think becomes more and more apparent as we get our partners into our arms, and they will have the problems. They will exactly know what got to be done, and then we can contribute there academically. So totally in the larger measure, we'll be starting with an emphasis on natural sciences, but as MBUST develops later on, we'll have social sciences and humanities also coming in as small bubbles there. So some of these research will address those areas also. So maybe AI, we were discussing, maybe it is not an area where we can venture to go in so easily, but we're hopeful that we can go in. We have some of our promising people who have kind of expressed willingness to be with us. So we might be able to go into this technology for knowledge economies. Maybe within agriculture, the focus is on organic agriculture. So I've already said that. So I think in case of hiking, there's the other area that our industry people have been suggesting to us is research and technology development for rehabilitation of existing trails, what kind of science and technological input we can give for development in new destinations in tourism, which the government is planning for some time now. Generally, academic research generally is trying to just build knowledge. And in terms of Madan Bhandari University, we want to build the knowledge also and kind of cross the hairline generally that divides the academic from the industries. So that's why that arrow is trying to go in both directions there. We want to get into innovation as quickly as we can. So it's not just research and publications, using research to develop solutions, actual solutions to the problems. So it's not just looking for information for solutions, but actual solutions. So these are the areas that we are looking at. So when you can see probably from the pictures, the solar energy farming, in a sense, our solar energy plant is in place, a small one that if you go to the sites, we have got some of the renewable energy solar panels as well as integrated waste management system already installed, because these are the areas where we think our students need to get it. Mushroom farming, I already talked about. Organic agriculture and greenhouses, you probably saw already. Green building materials like compressed earth blocks, bamboo, these we're using there. We're having problems with, let's say, with the departments of the government codes and controls. So engineering research to make these materials acceptable to the earthquake codes and other requirements of the government, that kind of research we're going there. And a little bit of research on development of trails we have been doing there. So this slide I put in just to kind of repeat that we must look at areas within those broad disciplines which will have a relevance to the global economy, and these might be new areas for in other countries also. So the objective of some of our research areas is to kind of capitalize on our biodiversity, herbal and medicinal substances, food processing, maybe tea is coming up very strongly. And in future, maybe we go into high altitude kind of mountain development that Dr. Joshi was referring to. Maybe we go into freshwater kind of studies also with all these, snow melt and all those things. So, and other very attractive area would be clean, renewable, alternate energy. Again, these I want to emphasize the, that whatever technologies and knowledge we develop has to be cutting edge on the high-tech side as well as on the low-tech side. So it must be able to help our farmers and forest products industries as much as we make a response to international markets. So maybe in terms of institutional framework, we still have not decided as a strategy whether we should make departments or institutions or collegial leadership. Personally, I think collegial leadership is a better way to move, and let's see how that works. That's how I would propose, but I don't know how the academics council will ultimately decide. But my thinking would be that if we are able to develop laboratories which can take a multidisciplinary set of students working on a given problem, given framework, and at the end of 5 years or 10 years, we have a full research and technology kind of offer that we can make for all the topics within that framework. That will be a great achievement. And for that, I think I try to think that collegial leadership structure that is based on collegial leadership might work better than structures based on individual leadership. So I think I'm just repeating some of the things that ultimately our laboratories will have to do the research function, will have to also do the teaching function they have to handle. They have to do the innovation function also, maybe outreach consultancy also they might have to provide. Uh, uh, we might end up providing training and continuing education also. So it's not a kind of simple laboratory. We're talking of a laboratory which has all these components there. Ultimately, how we attract our faculties and students, whether they will come. One idea for students has been that we offer scholarships and tuition waivers, that we'll be able to get the best of the students who are now going to foreign universities for studies. They might come to us, but maybe one of the possible ideas is if we can internationalize, that can also give us better students. Having better hostel and living facilities could be one option, but at present we are not able to offer this. This will be, we are thinking that hostels and accommodations will be in the city, in Chittagong area. Maybe we can, for international or some of the diaspora people who are coming, who want to come back, they will not be able to, they will not be coming back for fast salaries. They will be coming back probably for some additional offers like this, maybe yoga enriched gymnasium, meditation and sports facilities, maybe health facilities. These are some of the things that we discussed in the 2016 seminar also. Likewise, I think for getting good faculty, it is very important that our research framework be interesting also. Good facilities has to be built. We are not able to offer many great packages, but ideas are there. We can, House in a Forest could be a great idea to attract some foreign professors to come in and give us one semester of a kind of world-class education also. So I point out some of the things that we can experiment, and maybe this will help us get some some very successful professors from outside. So semester break tricks could be one of the things that attracts people. And that's the last slide I had. And I hope I've been able to reflect to you what we have been thinking about. And it will be we'll be very grateful if you can give us more input in taking it forward. I'm sorry, there are three pieces of paper here already. Oh, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Indeed, research and development is essential for economic development of our country. Thank you for highlighting the areas which could be helpful to develop the economic of our country. Thank you very much, Professor Sudarshan, sir. Now I would like to invite our second speaker for this session, Creating New Knowledge and Technology. Mr. Deepak Pandey, Chairperson, Larke Himal Jariburi Udyog. We have already signed MOU early this morning with the Larke Himal Jariburi Udyog. So he will be giving his presentation on partnership between MBUST and Larke Himal Jariburi Udyog. Sir, floor is all yours.
Namaste. Trustee Chairperson, Mr. Padmajyoti, Professor Rajendra Joshi, is Madan Bhandari Academy, Madan Bhandari University of Science and Technology is President, and esteemed guests, faculty members, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Larka Himal Jalpiti Udyog Private Limited, it is my great privilege to address in the launching program of Madan Bhandari University of Science and Technology. At this special event, we are overwhelmed by the announcement of our partnership with the university as an industrial partner. It is our pleasure and commitment to provide the sponsorship to PhD students and one master student as corporate as responsibility of our company. Larka Himal will make a model herbal cultivation in the understanding with the university, which will be initiated with farming of ginger and rosemary in the allocated area of around 4,500 square meters at the university premises. We will export from both parties for the better technical collaboration and industrial partnerships. Larka Himal is very happy and committed to collaborate with Madan Bhandari University of Science and Technology in research and development and industrial partners in the course of development of the old class university as started in the memorandum of understanding. This is our passion for the sustainable utilization of Himalayan herbal heritage, and we look forward to groundbreaking research from inventor and investor innovators. We hope our partnership will with university, a center for academic excellence, and Larka Himal, a reputed herbal industry, will be fruitful for production of qualified manpower for the economic growth of Nepal by utilizing the possibilities of herbs for promotion of herbal industries in Nepal. Last but not least, I'd like to thank Dr. Sudeep Regmi, our CEO, for enabling us to establishing a collaboration with a visionary university in pursuit of world-class university. I'm also thankful my business partner, Mr. Vishnu Dakal, for his support. In this event, I'd like to express my gratitude to the esteemed individuals, University President, Professor Rajendra Joshi sir, Professor Sanjay Nath Khanal sir, Dr. Sabina Sest, and Dr. Sudeep Pandey for their guidance and visionary leaderships to make his collaboration possible. We believe this will be instrumental in standardization of herbal materials and develop product base on them from Nepal for competitive international market. Thank you so much for your time and attention. Use Nepali product and support in the economy development of the nation. To highlight some activities about Larka Himal Jalpiti Udyog Private Limited, our college's Miss Tapasya Betwal is going to join me. Allow me to call her for a brief descriptive introduction of our industry.
Good afternoon, esteemed guests, both here and online. I would like to give a very brief introduction to our company, Larka Himal, and what we do. I would like to start with the introduction. We, Larka Himal, are one of the reputed raw herb companies and exporter and manufacturer in Nepal. We manufacture premium herbal products and comply with GMP and Nepal's government requirements. We have an expert team to support for the quality. our mission, vision, and values. Our mission. Our mission is to contribute to the betterment of humanity. We are working on making a competitive pipeline to quickly and systematically deliver innovative product. Our vision. Our vision is to become a worldwide healthcare organization in the skincare segment. Our values. Our value is to act in the best moral standards and in decent social conscience. Our core values are innovation, integrity, and accountability. Our motto is to promote Nepali herbs and its production in the international market by encouraging and investing in local farmers. How we operate. We have a seed to feed formula. Here, we start with farming and then to harvesting and processing, moving on to trading and manufacturing, export and distribution. After that, we go on to research and development, preservation and storage. That again brings us back to farming. This is a brief introduction to our team members. It's an organodiagram. We are growing. We are a small company and we are growing every day. We are farming in 3 districts currently. We have 22 proposed products, 4 processing plants, 25 years of expertise, 6 countries that we export to, and 1 subsidized cold store. We have 5 basic principles for formulating all of our products. All of our products you will find are vegan, natural, organic, eco-friendly, and cruelty-free. Our product range are essential oils, supplement, food, healthcare. This slide seems to have slightly malfunctioned. Apologies for the inconvenience. And we have trademarks to most of our brand names. As you can see, we have Spa Dent, Aromatic, Blends of Nature, 16, and so on. We have a dental care line. Why Spa Dent? Our products, specifically Spa Dent, has no parabens, no added colors, no synthetic flavors, no fluorides, and no SLS. Additionally, another product that we have are luxury handmade soaps. The same applies here. We are sulfate-free, paraben-free, made from natural and organic ingredients, dermatologically tested, and natural fragrance. The same applies to our hand wash range. All of these products are available currently. We also have essential oils in many different flavors. These are 100% pure concentrate of natural oil. We also have a hair care range, and the same applies to all of our hair care. All of our hair care products are, again, sulfate-free, paraben-free, and made from natural ingredients. We have a big line of proposed products that are coming up very soon. They range from being face washes to anti-aging serums, body lotion, sunscreen, etc. And all of these will, again, be natural. We also are working on creating perfect food supplements. They range from flax seeds, pumpkin seeds, quinoa, sunflower seeds, moringa powder, honey, etc. We also are working on creating cleaning supplies, namely detergent and floor cleaners. They will again be natural. We have many certifications provided to us. We have the DDA, GMP, ISO 22000, Halal, and USDA Organic is currently under process. We have also received grant from USAID for market promotion of our herbal products. How we sell. We have, again, different parties for both international and national market, and we have export and import both facilities. We have many farming sites in Gorkha, Makwanpur, Chitwan, and Dhading. I will be showing you pictures of all of them shortly. We have an estimation of all the harvesting that we will be doing in 2079 to 2080 as well. The products are ranging from ginger, tulsi to mentha. All of these are from our connection to our farmers. We also have listed the production capacity of our plant, our farming sites. This is the agricultural program that we did in Dhading a while back. Our ginger farming in Gorkha district. Our moringa farming in the Gorkha district. The citronella farming that we have in Chitwan. Rosemary farming in Makwanpur district. As well as our moringa honey cultivation again in Gorkha district. This is the location of our cold store. Our cold store is currently proposed and almost completed and located at Tarkeshwar of Kathmandu. This is the distribution area of our market share for all the provinces of Nepal. And this is the distribution ratio of all the cold stores of our manufacturing plant. Our plan is to nourish life every day owing to the products that we can provide. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am, and thank you very much, sir. I would like to thank you from bottom of my heart for providing a scholarship to our PhD and master students, which meant a lot to us for starting our graduate program very soon. Without further delay, I would like to request our third speaker of this session, Mr. Chandra Dhakal, President of Federation of Nepalese Chambers of Commerce and Industries. It's my great pleasure to invite him to provide a talk on forging partnership between industry and MBUST. Please, sir.
Thank you. Respected participants of this program, I would like to thank the Madan Bhandari University of the Science and Technology for inviting me to express few words on this importance in pursuit of the world-class university launch conference. I am glad that Madan Bhandari University Science and Technology has been established as the research-oriented, multidisciplinary university with the mission to build the prosperous Nepal through the certain of the new knowledge and technology and upgrading the existing technology. We are encouraged that the Nepal now has a unique university dedicated to national development through uplifting the higher education in the science and the technology and through the research and development. FNCCI is happy to partner with the Madan Bhandari University Science and Technology for the nation's socio-economic development. The heart of the progress lies in collaboration partnership between the industry and university in the field of the science and technology can contribute to advancement in the research, innovation, and workforce development. Think about it, business, I have a challenge. Universities, especially one like Madan Bhandari University Science and Technology, have the solution. This is not just about the answering the difficult question. It is also about the asking the new questions. What can happen and when the industry and the university join hands? We open the new paths and we spread others. I would like to highlight the some potential area of the partnership between industry and the university. Research and collaboration. Industry and the MBUST can collaborate on the joint research project to tackle the practical challenge and the development innovation solution. This collaboration will help to adapt to new technology and manufacture new product and service for practical applications. Curriculum collaboration. It is important that any curriculum that MBUST use must be informed by the practical experience from the industry. FNCCI is happy to collaborate with the Madan Bhandari University Science and Technology to create a useful curriculum for the students. Internship and work placement programs. MBUST can provide the talent student with the opportunity to gain the real world experience through the internship and the work placement at the company. FNCCI has a strong network of the business across Nepal, across the 77 district and across all the sector. This will not just be an opportunity for MBUST student, but also for the entrepreneurs who are looking for young and the bright talent. Technology transfer. Research conducted the technology development by MBUST can be transferred to industry for practical application and commercialization of the such technology. Commercialization of the many sectors such as agriculture and startups in the agro and forestry industry is needed for rapid economic development. Joint workshop and training programs. Industry expert can conduct the workshop, seminar and the training program for students and faculty. Such programs will keep them updated on the latest industry trends, tools and techniques. FNCCI is not just a business organization, it is also the think tank that advise the government and the stakeholders. We can provide our thought leadership during this program. Funding and scholarship. Companies can provide the financial support to the MBUST through the research grant, scholarship, endowments, and sponsorship. Such funding will help to carry out the research, establish the new faculties, and improve the quality of the education. I urge the government to give the tax rebates on such funding and the recognize it as the company's CSR activities. Such incentive will encourage the private sector to fund in the such area. Business incubator. There can be the partnership with the FNCCI and industry sector to establish the business incubators, accelerator and the innovation center. These programs support the startups and the entrepreneurs in turning their idea into viable business. From idea to reality. Learning is great, but applying that learning, that is where magic happens. Every innovation, every service, every great thing being with an idea. Idea from the MBUST, if the given the right support, can move our nation forward. At the FNCCI, we are running the innovation hub, FNCCI startup and innovation start Innovation Forum is also quite active and planning to operationalize such incubation center in all 77, all 7 provinces of the Nepal. We are planning to operate the such center in cooperation with the provincial chamber of FNCCI and their district and the municipality chamber of commerce. Joint conference and symposium. FNCCI and MBUST can organize the joint conference and symposium to foster the knowledge exchange, promote the cutting the edge, the research, and encourage the networking between academia and industry professionals. Collaboration degree program. Industry and MBUST can design the collaborative degree program that combine academic coursework with the practical industry experience. This program produce the graduate who are the better prepared to meet the need of the job market. Technology testing and validation. Company can utilize the university facilities and expertise to test the validate their technologies, making sure that their product meet the required standard and regulation. Nepal lacks the aggregated lab for the export quality and standard certification. If we can establish world-class testing labs on public-private university partnership, it will help to boost our export. Data sharing and analysis. Companies and the university can collaborate on the data driven research project, sharing the data and research to gain insights, solve the problem, and develop the new innovation. We have started efforts to collect the data across the different topics from the ground. We can use this data into valuable insights through our collaboration. I noticed that MBUST is proposing some academic programs such as organic agriculture, artificial intelligence, organic agriculture, and the forest biomaterials for food security and self-sufficiency in food are the most important issue today. Due to the global supply chain disruption caused by the war and the geopolitics uncertainty, food and energy security has become important. FNCCI welcome the partnership with MBUST to cooperate the develop and the general agriculture sector, organic agriculture, and the forest and forest-based product. We need to develop the both food crops and the cash crops for self-sufficient. We also need to boost the export of this product. Artificial intelligence, AI, is the new important sector that will change the science of tomorrow, economy, and the society. AI can provide the innovation solution to industry and society problems. We must use AI to develop the nation's agriculture, industry, infrastructure, tourism, and service sector. This can greatly enhance our effectiveness, efficiency, and give the innovation product and service for prosperity. The talent and the skill of AI will be necessary to create the new job and help other job to upgrade to the new demands of the workforce. At the FNCCI, we are planning to establish the SME center, the research, finding, and the technology development of MBUST will be the very helpful for entrepreneurs to develop the new product and upgrade the existing product. This will give the insights and the opportunity in the new venture, adapt to the new technology and so on. All these initiative will require as a close collaboration and cross learning. To conclude, what we are talking about in more than just working together. It's a permission to grow together, learn from each other, and move ahead as one. Hopeful one day we will have a time when there is no line between what we learn in school and what we do in our jobs. In that situation, learning becomes doing and the problem find the answer. Our true success is not just what we do on our own, but what we achieve together. Together, we can shape a world full of new idea, solution, and leadership. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for highlighting why collaboration between industry and university is necessary. So without further delay, I would like to request our fourth speaker of this session, Creating New Knowledge and Technology, Professor Suzanne Fortier. She is a former principal and vice chancellor, McGill University, and one of the trustees of Madan Bhandari University of Science and Technology. She has a long experience as serving at board of trustees of different universities worldwide. And she is here to give a presentation on role of universities in knowledge and technology creation. Ma'am, floor is all yours.
Namaste, good afternoon, bonjour. Mr. Chair of the Board, Mr. President, distinguished guests, fellow board members, all of you who are here today to share in the joy and pride of the birth of a new university and are here also to lend it our strongest support. What an extraordinary moment it is for all of us. We all know now with all the various speeches that creation of knowledge that is useful for society is at the core of what MBUST wants to do. And so I'll talk a little bit about what is the role of university generally in these areas. So the mission of universities is shared globally. We have three incredibly important elements of our mission, of course, teaching, learning, research, service to the community. How we express it though, and it is through people, discovery, and innovation, has changed, or maybe I'll stay here, has changed very much since the first university in Bologna was founded many, many centuries ago. You know, when I started in my role at McGill as a principal and vice chancellor, I went around the world, in fact, and asked our alumni, and what is McGill? Give me a definition of McGill. I was very happy to not have them describe McGill in terms of numbers. We're ranked so many in the world. We have so many awards. We have this and that. We're first in this, first in that. That's great, but that's the past. What they told me was far more future looking. They said, McGill, it's a bunch of smart people doing amazing things and delivering results. And the point I want to make is whether you're over 200-year-old like McGill or one day old like MBUST, this is the central role that we have. Bring together a bunch of really smart people, determined people, hardworking people who will do amazing things and will deliver results for society. Okay. So in universities, how do we build such an environment? We need to create on our campuses a very healthy and innovative environment, a stimulating environment, an open environment on our campus. We need to support research from what people might think is esoteric research. AI was in that group of disciplines not so long ago, very esoteric. But discovery research led by people's imagination and curiosity to very good, important applied research and to proof of concept. And we need to create partnerships. I think we all know in universities that we're not the one who will bring these great ideas to the market. We need to do that with partners, and particularly with the private sector. So I focus a lot on people at McGill because I think people, and particularly the new and future generation of our students, they are our future. We need to really invest in them. And I did quite a bit of work with the World Economic Forum. I co-chair a global forum on skills and education. And we talked about what are the essential skills that people will need. 4 buckets, of course, creativity and innovation, the digital skills, but not just how to use digital tools. More importantly, what is the impact of these tools on society? Of course, intra and interpersonal knowledge and civic and responsibility. We are members of society. We are members of community locally, nationally, and globally. So it's very important that we give our students, as they come to our university, opportunities for them to develop those very, very important skills. Many universities, including my own, will have various centers for the students to innovate and also to develop their entrepreneurial skills. They're very, very popular. And what is interesting here, and I'll talk about very briefly about both of them. You might think, okay, one is innovation, that must be in engineering. Yes, it is in the Faculty of Engineering. The other one is entrepreneurship. Well, that must be in business, commerce. Yes, that's exactly where it is, located in these 2 faculties. But the people who go come from every areas in our university. Music, medicine, engineering, of course, but they come from every area. And it shows us that in order to really promote these innovative and entrepreneurial spirits, we need people who come from different approaches, different ways of thinking, different disciplines. Now, I'm a total science fan. I love science. I admire the great achievements of science. And so I wanted to show some of the incredible breakthrough research funding that led to really disruptive technologies in society. The structure of DNA, you know, that was in the 50s, led to a whole new industry, biotech industry. Dirac equation, now most of you don't know about it. I won't ask you to put it on the board here, but it led to our smartphones. The cooling of atoms, I mean, who cares whether an atom is at, let's say, 5 Celsius or 5 Kelvin? I think most of you don't care. I personally don't care all that much. I don't use it for my cooking. However, this is what allowed us to build atomic clock and, of course, GPS. And the vibrations of lasers, of atoms, which led us to laser technology. It's used everywhere. I find this one particularly interesting because I know some of the people who've worked in this area. They had no clue that one day their great research and discovery would be used by people who wanted to remove hair on their bodies. Never would have imagined that. And the point here is that it is absolutely true. When people criticize universities, they say, you don't have any idea of what you'll do with this research. It is often the case, we don't. However, if you think of almost every disruptive technology, you will find its roots in breakthrough research. That's where it comes from. So I think we need to remember that. Now, of course, the path from discovery to application is not often direct. And I'll give you the example of COVID. So at the beginning was the discovery of this great molecule, mRNA. This was in 1960. And look at all of the various discoveries that were made on the path to making an mRNA vaccine that has saved a lot of people in this world. many, many discoveries. And of course, it didn't happen in 1 year or 10 years. It took a long time for this to happen. I think one thing we have to remember in this slides here, apart from the fact, of course, I'm proud that McGill was involved in many of those, but McGill did not patent much of that. This was basic fundamental research that was put in the public domain. And if you talk to anybody who's at either Pfizer or Moderna, they will tell you we could have never produced those vaccines if this important element of knowledge had not been in the public domain. So they were able to use that at the right time. They can patent and produce a product that is invaluable for the world. So that is important to look at this. The question we always have to ask ourselves is, what is important to share among everybody in the world to advance more rapidly the application of research, and what is important to patent so that it gives the industrial sector in particular what they need to put in the investment, very high risk investment, to bring it really to market. A former mentor of mine, Tom Brustovsky, we talk always about innovation, commercialization. So he wanted to put in very, very simple words, and they're important. Innovation is simply a new idea, and commercialization is putting it in practice. Now, I talked about breakthrough research. Of course, most of our ideas are not breakthrough ideas. They're good ideas. They're good ideas that will be put in application, that will help us improve a product or a process, that will lead to a new product, but not a disruptive product. But they're very, very important. And very important also, and that is the point that Tom always made. The scientists, we're all into our science. We're so excited about what we discover. That's the easy part often. The tough part is bringing it to market. And on the road, and you can see it with the MRN example, the tough part is looking at not only the technologies, the scaling up, the commercialization, the market model and all of that. How are you going to bring it to market is very, very difficult. And that's why we need our partners in the private sector who will have the ability, the risk-taking ability, and the courage to bring it to market. Now, this is a very important slide. I want you to read it, but I won't read it for you. You can read it yourself. The AAU is the Association of American Universities that bring together around 62 of the most research-intensive universities in the US. We're talking Harvard, MIT, Caltech, and you know them. And 2 Canadians, McGill and University of Toronto. And what the AAU realized is that the benefit of tech transfer for us in the university sector is not the money we'll make from licensing. It is that we might have some revenues, but that's not the real important thing. The important thing is the benefit to society. And what it means is that we have to be far more able to collaborate. Technology transfer is not bringing a product to the industrial partner all wrapped up and say, here, I want this money for my beautiful package here. It doesn't work that way. The big effort that industry will have to make to bring it to market means that we have to have a much more collaborative approach, understand the investment they'll make, and have reasonable expectation on our own return from that. The most important thing for us ought to be the benefit to society. Now, you might say, now these are some of the richest universities in the world, if not just in the US. You mean you want to convince me that they don't care about the money? Of course they care about the money. But what they figure out is that they don't get the money from tech transfer, from the patent or the shares that they may have in a startup company. That's not where they make money. Where the money comes to university is 2 ways, actually. First, when one of the person with whom, or one of the company with whom they've collaborated makes big revenues, they come back. They come back and they invest in the university through philanthropy. They make gifts to university. Many of the technologies we've developed at McGill, we did not have revenues from patent, but we did have some major gifts. The other way is when your main goal is service to society, benefits to society, you are working in building prosperity. And when nations are more prosperous, they will invest in university and in research. When I was head of the Canadian Science and Engineering Research Council, which invests in those areas, people would ask me, what will happen this year in the budget? I'll say, well, it's very simple. It's the economy. It's the economy. That's the only thing you have to watch. The economy goes well. The government believes how important it is to put money in education research. We will have a good budget. If the economy is not going well, it's going to be tough. So we gain by building prosperity, not only in companies, but also in our country. I talked about the importance of sharing knowledge, and this was a very important event at our university. You may recognize the man there, the younger guy. He happens to be Prime Minister of our country. That's Justin Trudeau. The man, I'm between Justin Trudeau and the director of the very important center that studies the human brain. And what Dr. Rouleau, the head of that center, has realized is that we have made so little progress, not only in understanding the human brain, but in providing assistance to people who suffer from very difficult conditions related to human brain. Whether we talk about Alzheimer, Parkinson, ALS, psychiatric issues, we're nowhere in providing possible treatment for these people. And he thought, and particularly with aging of population and more people affected by these conditions, the only way to go is to share everything we know. So he created an open institute at McGill for the brain. We share everything. We share the tissue bank, we share all the images, all the data. We even share the negative results. You know, scientists never publish negative results like, I had this great hypothesis and guess what? It was wrong. Nobody will publish that. Yet, as we all know as scientists, that great idea, somebody else and maybe somebody else, there may be 20 people around the world who have the same idea. We know it's gonna go nowhere, and yet they're spending time and money to follow the same path that we follow. So we share that as well. And the other person next to the Prime Minister is Larry Tannenbaum. He's a land developer in Toronto. He's also very interested in sports. He's got the Maple Leaf in hockey and the Raptors in basketball, but he knows how important this is because all of us know of a person either in our family or our friends who's suffering from one of those conditions. So he gave 20 million for McGill to start this Open Science Institute. But as you've seen with mRNA, it doesn't mean that there's not a patent somewhere here. As we acquire the knowledge, as we know more, there will be an opportunity for an industry to get a patent to develop a drug for these conditions. So that's important. Now, as in every partnership that we have in our lives, there always are challenges and pitfalls. And the best thing is to know them ahead of time. Conflicts of interest, of course, we know that. We all know IP ownership. I think we ought to take care of that. We have to be far more generous in university in giving IP rights to our collaborators so that they can exploit the technology. Allocating space is a huge issue, but I'm so happy. I went to the campus. You've got such beautiful land and plenty of space there. You can have all sorts of incubators if you want to, so you won't fight that battles. But these are the things we have to, and particularly in the board, in our board work, we have to worry about so that we go forward in a very constructive, positive way, rather than have to deal with these arguments and so on related to these challenges. And finally, because this is the goal of MBUST, building national prosperity and doing that in a global S&T environment. I know that our president here, he doesn't want to be the best in Nepal. He doesn't want to be, he wants to be one of the best universities in the world. So he wants to be operating in a global environment. So what do we need to do? Well, of course, we need to invest in talent. This is the most important investment we can make, is in the new and next generation of scientists and engineers. We need, and people have said that all through the day, set global standards of excellence. We need to encourage creativity and risk-taking in people who are doing discovery research. Sometimes people say, well, why don't you work on that? We know it's possible, but we'll have this great person who presents you something that seems at first counterintuitive. How would that be useful? And I can tell you, because more and more people are doing quantum material, quantum communication, it's completely non-intuitive. So if that's your criterion to assess whether this is useful, you're completely off the track in that field. And we need to are far more agile and flexible so that we make partnership, valuable partnership. And the point I'll make here at the end is that we need to build sustainable partnership. That is, often universities will go and visit a company and they talk about things they can do, and then they go home, everybody goes home, nothing happens. Building a partnership means always connecting with one another. You don't build a partnership by seeing each other once a year. You build a partnership by sharing, by being together, by frequent interactions. That's how you build a partnership. And I think that is very important here. So finally here, I think I will save you 5 minutes for the tea break. I want to launch the balloons for a successful beginning of MBUST in expanding minds and leading Nepal forward. Congratulations to the chair of our board and our president in particular for having themselves the creativity, the imagination, and the courage to say, we can do it. This is something we'll do together. And it's a beautiful day today to launch it. Merci beaucoup. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Sujan Fotia, for such an impressive presentation. And thank you for shedding light on why research is integral part of human life and how creating innovative breakthroughs that has changed the living standard of people worldwide. So also we are very honored to have you in our team as a trustee of MBUST. Thank you, ma'am. Now I would like to request Suraj Chaudhary, Vivek Kuwar, Ms. Neelam, and Ms. Anamika to help in a question answer round. So we'll take question answers from our beautiful audience. And we have just 10 minutes to take your questions. So if you have any queries, please raise your hands for our speakers.
Well, I should express my gratitude for this opportunity to be enlightened by such academic leaders in these very courageous innovative steps. I have two practical questions. Number one is, we have been hearing about this very world class, and people have different concept about it. I would like to know if you have figured out any practical operational definition of the word world class in our setting. That is number one. Number two is in one of our last slides, Professor Portier used a sentence, competitive standard, global, and what is globally competitive standard of excellence. Could you kindly elaborate a little more so that we people who are not necessarily from the science background would understand the concept better? Thank you.
So could I have a good name, please?
My name is Arjun Karki.
So world class. I will start by saying that each one of us in the academic sector, since we're talking about university, should define it for ourselves. Who do we compare to? Who do we want to compare to? And it very much depends on our mission. Not every university is the same. And particularly what we're seeing now is more and more universities focusing on accelerating the path to bringing solutions to society rather than focusing on discovery, research, curiosity driven. And so if you view yourself as a university that is a science and technology champion, then choose the best universities in the world who are doing that. And there are many, but choose them. I'll give you example. I just was in Switzerland to do the review of ETH, Zurich, EPFL. These would be pretty good ones. Of course, MIT is a very good one, but choose your group of universities. We're not all created alike. And we don't create ourselves alike. So it's very important to choose, but choose the best. And that's world class. A way to assess this, who wants to work with you? Who wants to come to you? Who wants to spend a year with you? You know, Canada, we're relatively new in creating world-class university. And I remember I was telling, and maybe I was a little bit, I don't know if it was arrogant. I was young. Youth is arrogant sometimes. I told my colleagues, you think we are internationally linked, but guess what? Our faculty members go abroad for the sabbatical. They go to Cambridge, they go to Oxford, Harvard. How many come to us? I was at another university at that time. Who wants to come to us? We go abroad and we think that's a definition of world class. To me, it was a colonialist approach to that. So we have to really look at who we want to be, who are the best in that, and then also who wants to collaborate with us. That's how I would define world class. But I'll give you a simple definition, but I don't. People say, and it's a little bit true, the day you stop calling yourself world class, that's when you're it. Harvard would never describe itself as a world class university. They are it. So we all hope to attain that level where we don't have to say it. People know we are world class. And it's very much though where it matters to be world class. Very important. Where does it matter to you? And which group of university are pursuing a mission that is similar to yours, that is as exciting as yours, as innovative.
Thank you, ma'am. Any other questions?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Amina Singh. I have a question for Professor Tiwari, especially after listening to Professor Proti. It's something that struck me was the kind of issues that we are raising, the areas that we're looking at, for instance, tourism and agriculture. These are very complex places. And when you do problem solving, research for problem solving, the problems themselves are not entirely technological in nature, because we talk about low-tech, high-tech solutions to problems. So I just was curious, given also the research methodologies that he articulated, experimental and quasi-experimental, how does social science, is there a place for social science at Madan Bhandari University of Science and Technology? Thank you. And I ask this as a social scientist myself. Thank you.
Well, I think that's a very good question. So when we select areas for research activities, when we're talking about, two aspects we're talking about. When we select the research area, we are trying to reach global competitiveness in that area, and also to be providing kind of cutting edge knowledge and technology to deal with the developmental issues. So when you look at agriculture or tourism, for example, what kind of multidisciplinary team will come and work on it is a question that we are still working on, in the sense that so far we have been taking these sectors as kind of unidisciplinary sectors. We're just trying to package various disciplines into one course and then call it a tourism research or things like that. So I'm afraid I'm not exactly able to tell you what directions our research will take. That's why we're saying we'll make a framework of research in terms of agriculture or in terms of tourism, and the problems will be defined by the industries who are working on that area, and our students will have to pick up the points in that framework which they want to address. And we will probably find that when we talk about trekking, for example, we might get students who get into travel medicine or rescue medicine, or how to relate, highway engineering, or let's say trekking route engineering, the engineering of building the pathway itself, to rescue and other kinds of things, and how we link. For example, so far we were discussing that trekking in terms of trekking research for trekking framework. We're not just talking about nature now. How we include culture into it. We might even take into exotic foods and how to kind of fix their standards. What is the kind of technology and science that is needed to cook the food in a right way and at certain temperatures, how the travelers' food will be kept and distributed. So these are all new areas that we'll have to link into. And that's where global competitiveness is also built in, because these are not activities that are just of essence to Nepalese society only. So when we, I think for me, the world class will start being visible once we start developing technologies or knowledge that are being attractive to, let's say, industries and institutions outside Nepal. And climate change might be one area. And even that biomaterials section that we're going in could be one area which could make us world class. And it's not, I think, we don't have to look at all the 4 or 5 disciplinary areas we're talking of. If we are able to kind of develop ourselves, let's say, in the science and technology of trekking, we would have done it. We might be a world-class university because of that. And I'd always like to think that, whenever they talk about MIT and Harvard, and we always try to talk in with words as if they are really at the top. But essentially, it might be one disciplinary area in that university that make them Harvard or that make them McGill. So we also have to look at it that way. So I think world class is being able to be what I put in my slides as being focused and on the crosshairs of whatever objectives we're setting, being focused there and working on it, and trying to get a multidisciplinarity developed. And social science, I think, starts coming in right from the beginning, not as a discipline, a university discipline, or in a classroom kind of lecture, but ultimately all of this is going to be, we're trying to develop relevance to the society. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I hope your query is answered. Is there any questions from online audience? No? Okay, lastly, we will just take only one last question for this session.
Namaste. I'm Panna Thapa from Kathmandu University. Actually, this is not a question. When you talk about science and technology, it's some one way or other, whether we talk about philanthropy or making money, it's something to do with, it is linked with IPR. I'm just wondering, to me, I don't know, but this country does have IPR law, updated IPR law as per the WTO or TRIPS. It does have a patent design and that kind of things, but it doesn't have a updated IPR yet. So we need to have that IPR law in place. It's very important. because I was and I am advocating for decriminalization of cannabis in this country for medicinal purpose, medicinal use. It's a very good compound medicinally. And then the thinking that my hypothesis was, can this country be, can benefit it, or our people, poor people, farmers, be benefited out of cannabis cultivation or something like that, thinking that because of biodiversity, this country may have a unique genetics of cannabis species. And then I was talking to one of the lawyer, say, see, Mr. Thapa, we don't have an IPR updated law. The GI cannot be, geographical indication cannot be claimed. So we need to work on that, including MBUST and other universities. Actually, I wanted to speak to some of those MP logo people here, but nobody is here. I think those MPs. We need to talk because it's been lying there since 15 years now. I know that updated IPR law was it was submitted sometime it was prepared before, but so we need to have IPR law in place. We need to work together. That one. How I think GI thing. I'm more interested in geographical indication rather than a personal patent and then make a lot of money for yourself. Thinking of champion, you talk about champion of French thing. It is forever. The champion, the French, France owns a lot of money until now. It is forever sort of things, So I thought some of the plants, not only cannabis, there may be some medicinal herbs which may have a unique genetics in this country, looking at the biodiversity. But unfortunately, we don't have IPR law, so we need to work on that. That is one. The other, the sort of question to our two external speakers. I wanted to speak to our Singapore colleagues and our Canadian colleagues as well. The life revolves around three words, as far as I understand how I see the life, the word ideal, the real, and practical. There's three things, as far as I understand how life goes on. We need to, if you are not thinking ideally, you cannot come down to reality and practicals. There are many challenges, like MBUST will have a practical challenges tomorrow that we have with the new institutions. So I was wondering, does the arrogancy, or arrogancy may not be the right word to use it here, supremacy of some other phrases, because English is not my, the native one. I could not phrase out the right word here. Does arrogancy or supremacy helps in, in science and innovation? How I define science is not only, the common definition of science is not so everything is science these days, as long as you probe knowledge systematically. That's how I see it. Does arrogancy, or you can phrase it, because our Canadian, both of you are a native speaker in terms of English. Can arrogancy or supremacy may help to push, success or a country? Thank you.
Perhaps I'll share my own belief on how you go forward. And there's two words that are very important. Confidence, that sense that you can do it, that you have what it takes to do it, but also humility. Because we all know when we work in science that often we have what we think are the brightest ideas, but it's not supported by evidence. But we also know that whatever might be true today may not be true tomorrow. Anthony Fauci, when he came to our university, was talking about science as a self-correcting exercise. So we only know as much as we know today. And tomorrow something might come that make us change our mind. And so you have to have the right balance between confidence and humility. But the thing I always said to students at McGill, I say, you know, the most important thing that you'll get out of this university when you graduate is not your degree. Of course, that's important. But because we are in a world of constant change, constant learning, and because also we're predicting that our people today who are 20 will live to be 100, we talk about lifelong learning, we talk about long life learning. And I say the most important thing you have is the confidence in your own ability to learn. That's what you'll have. But also the humility to know that somebody always will have something to teach you. So to me, it's that balance, confidence and humility, both in science, but in us, in our path of learning, that we need to do that. And you talked about the ideals, the reality and pragmatic. I'll just quote Ban Ki-moon when he was secretary of the UN. He came to McGill and it was fantastic because his office called and said, he wants to go to university, but he wants to talk to the students. That's who he wants to talk to. And the advice he gave to students, and we took the advice, all of us, walk with your head in the clouds, your feet on the ground, and go forward. That is great advice, I think. Go forward. And that's what I think about MBUST. They have their head in the clouds. Well, also they're pretty high altitude as far as I could see. I had my head in the cloud, but they have their feet on the ground and they're really progressing. And I think that these are elements to me that are key to success. I've seen many leaders fail because they were overconfident. I've rarely seen a non-confident person succeed. That's very hard. But I've seen plenty of people fail because they were overconfident and did not have the humility that we all need to continue learning and evolving. So that's the best I can tell you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. I hope our Spanna sir's questions are answered. I would like to request all our distinguished guests to proceed for refreshment. We have tea and coffee again. And our last session will start at 16:10. 4:10 मा हाम्रो अर्को थर्ड सेसन स्टार्ट हुन्छ. सो हजुरहरू टाइममै आइदिनु होला. धन्यवाद. Started water. I hope you all enjoyed the refreshment and thank you for being with us till now. Without much delay, I would like to request our first speaker of this session, Professor Puskar Bajracharya. He is a well-known professor of management of Nepal and one of the trustees of Madan Bhandari University of Science and Technology. Today, he is going to give a presentation on strategies for financing MBUST. Sir, floor is all yours.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Once again, welcome to today's conference. We are discussing some of the important elements of a journey towards world-class university, or rather a world-class teaching learning kind of activity, teaching learning, research and innovation kind of thing. And one of the most important elements here, obviously, is going to be finance, a very complex issue, particularly from our perspective. When Professor Sriram was explaining, it was so easy. And of course, there is a big lesson for us as well, because when Singapore became independent from Malaysia in 1965, at a time, we used to call them 3 small fishing villages. He thought we do not have any other resources. Therefore, we must spend on education to transform the nation state. The rest is history. But in Nepal, we have been fighting all the time about, even when we have some of the most brilliant ideas, how to generate resources for it, and then more importantly, how to sustain it. Because many institutions, which did wonderful contribution for a short time, decayed, replenished, ultimately wiped out. So sustaining something big, sustaining something useful, sustaining something contributing is what we have to do it. We can't reinvent the wheels all the time. However, since we are going to bring the issue of community support, private sector support, and philanthropy in general, I want to bring it back to the history of our education itself. How we killed philanthropy. Of course, at that time, the vision may not be bad. It may be right. But unfortunately, that did not sustain, we killed it, and philanthropy has become a big issue. Because when National Education System Plan was introduced in this country, 1971 in the school sector, 1973 in the higher education sector. The government undertook all the schools and colleges under it. And there were questions also, even I have, as a career beginner, I have just started my career. I got an opportunity to meet in people where they are very, very senior people. I was a child, you can call me, because I will tell you the age as well. This was January 1974. So I was only 20 years, but with 6 months of teaching experience at a university at the master's level. I was not supposed to participate in that kind of a group, obviously, but my teacher, Professor Ramprasad Rajbagh, took me as well. Then one question I asked was, how this is going to be sustainable? Who will finance it? And I got a scolding of the life from Narayan Prasad Shrestha. I am going to take the name as well. The principal secretary of His Majesty. His argument was also right, but in the time I'm laughing at it because Nepal government has simply failed to finance. Because what his argument was, in the initiative that has been initiated by the king, National Education System plan was initiated by Birendra. As the crown prince, of course, then he became the king. That's a different thing. In which area where the king has taken the hand and the funds have been short, I got the scolding. I have never been scolded anybody, including my parents. That was the only scolding I always refer to. But by 1979, when Mahendra Prasad became the Vice Chancellor of Trivandrum University, then again, I was only representing from the management, just 6 years of teaching, a lecturer. About 20, 30 of us were there at the VC office. We were carried out. And then Mahendra Prasad declared, I am going to give private affiliated campuses. And that is how the entire national education system plan was destroyed and the modern system erupted. Meaning that, what I am trying to say is that we have not been able to check it even for a few years longer, the genuine causes, the right causes. So now, of course, excellent learnings are there from all over the world. Again, I don't want to talk much about it. But anyway, one or two illustrations. I think I must provide it. And what happened today? And fortunately, I got an opportunity to study about the higher education financing in Southeast Asia, China and Australia as well. But it was from 2001 to 2003, long time back. After that, I have not done much work. So I am not bringing the findings of that period. In Scandinavia, for example, even today, up to 2011, all students vote from inside, outside, as well as outside. That is foreigners. For higher education was free. From 2012, they changed it. For foreigners, they made a full charge, but it is still free for the natives. In Germany and France, education in their own languages is extremely cheap, highly supported by the government. For example, in France, again, example is 2014. For every single student of higher education, the government gave 7,000 euros per annum for the institutions. 7,000 euros, which is only a part. That is what I'm talking about. Trying to get you at how much of investment will be required if you really want to produce a world class. There has been a lot of discussions about a world class output. It is not easy. It is going to be costly. And just saying Nepal is cheap, Bangladesh is cheap is not going to work. We must be able to make rigorous inputs. UK, USA, Australia, and Canada, mostly it is student loan schemes. Australia, it is called HECS, of course. Meaning, now one example, I don't know whether it is visible or not, but this is from 2009 Johnstown, from the high-cost academies and low-cost academies. On the basis of the category of the income level, what are they expected to pay for obtaining higher education? Those who are really rich in the low cost, 100% is financed by the students, while in the high cost, even the richest probably cannot do that. Only 85% of the money is expected to come from that. Only yesterday we were talking with Professor Sriram, where we said that the budget of NUS, National University of Singapore, is $1.8 billion per annum. And out of that, only 15 million US dollars equivalent is raised from the students. Meaning that all these kinds of experiences are available. And in Nepal, of course, I am even discounting the quality issues, the way it has been used. We invest very little on educational development, on education. For example, government spends, this is 2021 calculation by myself, about 30,000. Nowadays, the number of students have come down. At the time, the budget for higher education was 13.46 billion. Today, it is 17. So maybe even 35, 60,000, 40,000 rupees per annum per student on an average we spend. Now we are talking about achieving the higher world quality standards by spending meager amounts. And I estimated how much the guardians, parents, and all others spend. It will be on maximum $500. Very rough estimation, of course. Means average per student per annum spending will be less than 100,000 rupees. And compare it to some of the cost. Take the MBA, which I am much more familiar with rather than science and technology, which is significantly more costlier in terms of lab cost, in terms of innovation cost, in terms of the infrastructure cost. Among the recognized universities, There are many unrecognized universities as well in the United States. The lowest I found is $6,000 for Lambert and $350,000 for Wharton Business School. That is the kind of differences. But whatever, even with the minimum you compare, we spend much less for them. And as I've said, in 1973, when the government took all the schools as well as mostly the colleges as well, the philanthropies stopped. And reviving that has become extremely difficult. And nobody would know better than at least two persons who are here. I think one is still here, Padman Sir and Suresh Raj Sharma, who tried to raise. Of course, they were, oh, Padman Sir is very much there. So much of sincere hard efforts were put. Some of the buildings were, of course, developed from them. Some of the rooms were developed from them. But it was such a big and challenging task to break that taboo that has been created in 1973. And it is even today so. So this is a caution for MBUST, of course, which we are trying to build community as well as philanthropy as an important base. So that cycle of distrust itself will have to be broken if we really want to go forward. So about the government financing, of course, in the morning also presentations were there. We saw up to 11%. This year it is going to be 9% because the total education budget is 198 billion. 17 billion is for the higher education. So in 2020, it was 11, now it is even 9, declining every year. Let me take you back to 1974, 73, it was 33%. But again, there is a reason you have to understand. I'm not saying it has declined. The number itself were very limited. And because of the number of students, number of colleges and schools, this has happened. So just saying government has reduced is going to be 9, not correct. We have to clearly understand about that. Therefore, now, okay, the present practice of government also, let me just briefly recall it. That was not what I want to talk about, but for Trivandrum University and Mahendra Sanskrit University, it almost provides, we say fully, but it is all for salary only, plus a little bit for others. Means the real allocation of educational expenses is extremely limited even in these universities, which we say is fully financed by government. And as a result, today, Trivandrum University is at a debt of 6 billion rupees. And the cause of debt also, I will say, not because of wastage, there may be or another, all because of the pension liabilities which the government do not cover, but the TRIU is giving us. So the option would be depending on government, but two limitations are there. One, the amount will be very low. For example, it is 64 million rupees for most of the universities they give of the medium size, let me tell it today. Secondly, if you rely significantly on the government resources, obviously, what will happen? The government interference will increase. Rightly so, I'm not arguing this is a bad practice because you must be accountable to your resources. So if you depend on significantly on government resources, the independence, the autonomy, whatever we are talking about, probably will not be there. So that is, the second option will be, will be charging for this from the students. Now, there have been some successful illustrations about it, but I don't want to go about. Again, two defects, rather than talking about advantages. One, you will not get the meritorious students. The quality will be replaced by the people who can afford it. And secondly, of course, in very high cost kind of, it's not going to be viable. Therefore, the strategy we are thinking about is adopting the mixed strategy, where whatever the government is going to be give is fine. But along with that, student, as we have already said, in the doctoral areas, master's kind of areas, and in all areas which will be of high priority, which is going to have a strong technological interface, which is going to have a strong contributory effect, at least international development can be tied up with the national development processes, then the fee will be zero itself. But at the bachelor level and some market-oriented means where the market is there, people are ready to pay therefore because of the market, then of course, in those kinds of programs only, fee will be charged. And I have even suggested that what should be the fee. Of course, this is my personal proposition. First, when we say cost recovery, the calculation of cost itself is going to be a very significant and sensitive issue, because you charge at 50% capacity, break even, or 100%, it is going to be very different. Here, what I am suggesting is, forget about the fixed cost, which the community or the government or from other investment anyway, it has been mobilized. Therefore, only the variable cost, only the operating cost, plus 40% for 50% of the segment, from 20 to 30%, 50%, tuition waiver of 20 to 60 or 30 to 70 or whatever it is. For 10%, 100% tuition waiver, for another 10% tuition waiver plus scholarships. So it is not only cost subsidization, but partly this has to be done. And then what we say, student loan scheme. But for 10 years, I don't see bigger possibility of it, taking into the situation of Nepal. First, this is not a problem in Nepal only. Only 2 weeks ago, US Senate wrote off $39 billion of student debt, which is a huge money, which the US Senate and House took a very long period to write it off. And in Australia also, I asked in 2001, they said there would be quite a bit of, or those who go out, they will never pay. So we forget about it. We don't, so far they have not given any attention. So for about 10 years, this is not going to be important. Therefore, the endowment. As well. Let me talk here itself, not later. Now, Professor Siram was talking about what should be the fund kind of thing. My own suggestion is, first, within the first 5-year period, that is, by 27, 28, we must be able to raise 1 billion. And by 32, 33, 10 billion. And then one more decade I have, by 42, 43, 50 billion. Only then it can really operate without depending on anybody else. 50 billion would mean 5%. If you take the standard interest rate, that will happen in about 30 years. 2.5 billion rupees interest will be there. We should be enough to finance 3,000 to 5,000 students. Of course, the proposal is for 3,000, but personally, I expect there will be more. And I have also said some foreign students will be there at double, because we are charging only the variable cost. So double of that. Because if you do not have the international faculty and international students to be really global and world-class, will not mean anything. So what I want to say is that So we want to make the student fee low, but actually can we or not will depend on how much left side figures we can increase, which will mean the loan scheme, the endowment schemes, both internal and external, then what kind of activities you can really promote, that is revenue generating activities, which I say research or consulting or utilization of the resources. University system always has very big resources in terms of technology, in terms of physical resources, and in terms of human resources. And by using them also, you should be able to generate some resources. And of course, donations and grants, etc., etc. If that will be low, then obviously student fee will there will be pressure on the student fees. And therefore, this is where probably everybody all of us should be gearing towards. And for the government, making it a continuous payment, as I have said, will not be feasible, not desirable. Therefore, one time of contribution probably at a larger scale can be asked for. Then it will not, the burden for continuous budgeting of the resources will not be required. And secondly, in Nepal, it is so far it has been very difficult to differentiate. Of course, the real practice is different. What KU gets, KU doesn't get. What KU gets, some other universities do not get. Despite that, still the differentiation is difficult. Therefore, one kind of allocation there, and efforts by all of us to enrich the endowment, I think should be the basic strategy. But one or two, lastly, I'm at the end. There are a few issues that, first, as I've said, when we say full cost recovery or partial cost recovery, at what basis we are talking about, that has to be very clear. One. Secondly, there are a lot of issues. Now, the foreign exchange has been raised, but for this, I would advise MBUST. We are the MBUST family, of course, to go to KU. They have been able to break through in this respect quite a lot. I have personally seen it. Therefore, probably that will be a very useful learning. But otherwise, even bringing some foreign exchange, because this is not an NGO and this is not a part of government also. So there is some dilemma there. And even the Foreign Exchange Acts and other rules and regulations may require some of the changes. And sponsorship, local, international, both have to be promoted. Because if you can prove that your programs are going to be useful, practicable, we can actually contribute at the fields, solving the problems of whichever they are associated with, then there will be not only national but international demands as well, and therefore we can generate the sponsorships and all that. And say internationally, a lot of big figures have been given. Let me give you the two reasons are responsible for that. One is the debt duty, which in Nepal there is so far the government has not dared to charge that. Even I will advise that after 20 years, we should be thinking about charging it, not today, because a lot of problems are there. But debt duty is on an average 33%. 33% of all your recharge will go to this. So to avoid that, a lot of cross money comes. That is why the universities and charity and philanthropic associations have been able to attract a large volume of money. That is not there. Secondly, even in the CSR funds, the present Income Tax Act gives only up to 500,000 rupees as the money that would be charged as donations and deducted in the tax. If you want to give more than that, they will have to pay the tax. So why they will give? Nobody will give to you. So some of these improvements will have to be done. Of course, the prospect of misuse always is very high in this country. But then, along with the time, of course, we must be able to develop some of the mechanisms of this. We can do that, then attracting the larger funds from the community, from the society will be possible. So finally, this is going to be a hybrid financing model. relying less and less on the student kind of thing, more to get the best, and relying more and more on own resource generated, but mainly through the endowments. And probably everybody of us will have to work towards this. And I think that's all about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. I hope your guidance will help MBUST to thrive as a world-class university. Without much delay, I would like to represent our second speaker of the session, MBUST Journey into Uncharted Waters. Bruce Flesner, former Vice President, American University in Cairo, Chair, Fundraising Committee of MBUST. He is also a board chairperson and Everest Fund of Science and Technology, USA. We'd like to welcome Bruce Flesner to give his presentation on fundraising for public university. Sir, are you?
Good afternoon. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Great. I'm sorry that I was unable to be there in person, but I had a big family event this week. So I hope that coming through by Zoom will work for everyone. My name is Bruce Flesner, as I was just introduced. Before I went to American University in Cairo, when I flunked retirement the first time, I, for 40 years, headed a consulting group who worked with universities across North America and around the world on some extraordinarily important and large campaigns. And as we think about fundraising for great universities, you'll quickly figure out, as Suzanne would tell you, her work at McGill, or Rick has had to build at Olin, is that these are large and complicated enterprises at great universities that take a lot of time and effort and staffing. And we're not at that stage yet. But I want to bring you up to speed as to what we're doing and the way we think about this. So I have a couple of slides that I just wanted to share with everyone, if I could see those. So. And let me just start by saying that fundraising is a fairly simple process. It's just not an easy process to do. There are only 4 really big things that you need to think about. Well, one of them is we have to have a great story to tell. And one of the issues that we've been spending the last many hours is kind of defining what our vision looks like, the impact we're going to have on the country, and most importantly, sort of the requirements to become a world-class university. And so as we think about that, having a great story to tell is probably one of the things that everyone needs to be able to do. If I go back to the previous slide for a second. But if we could just be about thinking about, can you share and tell the story that we have? So I have to tell you that when I retired a few years ago, the last thing in the world I thought I would do was to spend time thinking about science and technology universities in Nepal. But I got a call from the president, and Rajendra is a great salesperson. And he quickly convinced me that this was probably one of the most important things that we could get involved in. All of you are here today because you too share that same vision that we could do something really important about this. Sharing that story and being able to see it through the eyes of donors is one of the most important things. We just had a great discussion or presentation about the financing of this and all the other details. And those of you who are on the trustees will have lots of discussions about how you're going to pay for all of the great things that we will face. But in the end, the fundraising effort's got to be that, can we explain this intellectually, and can we make a case about why this is important? So that's the first thing. The second thing is we got to have great leaders. And that isn't just the president, though he plays an important part. It's certainly not the committee that I'm working with here that's important about that. I need everybody to think about themselves and the roles that you could play. It turns out to be, when you study donations to higher education and great universities on a global basis, is that people give away a lot more money to places that approach them and talk to them than places that don't. And so the more leaders we have and the more people we have getting involved in this, the more important it's going to be. A third is that we probably need some kind of a fundraising infrastructure, and we're still working on that. And I'll talk about that in a minute. And fourth, if I can go to the next slide, is we have to find some great donor prospects. So prospecting is really important for us. So we have spent some time trying to identify individuals who have an organizations and foundations that have a history of giving in Nepal and more broadly across the region. Those who have already given into the area have a better appreciation about it and make logical prospects. So we've been spending time putting together lists, and we go over those on a regular basis and say, who are the individuals, who are the organizations that we think have a history of giving, and we'll see the need for a world-class university that's going to change the country. Second is we just looked for where there's wealth in the country or globally from citizens, and to begin to say, who are the individuals who have the capacity to do something of great significance? We will not, every gift will not be a large one, but the large gifts clearly drive a lot of the activity. So we're spending time identifying them. One of the issues I'll probably come back and talk to many of you about is what doors can you open and what people could you introduce us to be able to do that. A third is we wanted to sort of look at people who are doing lots of work on international higher education and see the value of great universities. This is an important group of people who understand that science and technology universities will drive a lot of the economic development and the life of individuals, not just in the country, not just in Nepal, but from the work that you do, it'll have a big influence across the globe. And finally, we took a look at the world's largest foundations, and we've been looking about that. So we're doing some prospecting work to identify this. If you're a university that's 100 years old or 500 years old, or some of them are older than that, you probably have a long base of donors that you go to on a regular basis. Because we're a few days old, a few weeks old, we're not in that spot right now. So we're constantly looking. So one of the issues I hope that the trustees and everyone else who's involved today will help us with is who should get involved and why should they get involved? Finding donors will be an exceptionally important part. We're spending a lot of time doing so. And I want to remind you that there's a group of volunteers, both in Nepal and in the United States, who are spending lots of hours working on this. We meet every other week, and we have for many months trying to look about what our potential is. So we're in the process about thinking about who are the prospects. Organizationally, if I go to this next slide, we've been doing a number of things. We've tried to set up a special fund here in North America so that the US corporations and foundations and individual donors can take tax advantages of their philanthropic giving. And so that's taken some time. We're still waiting for the IRS in the United States to give us the final clearance about the organization. But we'll have a vehicle that'll make it possible for lots of the large foundations to feel comfortable about making making an investment. It's also going to be important that we find ways, and we've been working on how to tell our story, how to produce websites, how to produce materials. And so we're spending time constantly like that. And Suresh is in particular, and Ken and I have spent some time about this, but he's spent a huge amount of time organizationally with his firm helping us get organized and set up across that. Now, that doesn't mean that all the donors are going to come from North America, but I wanted to give you an idea about some of the work that's already been going on. So we're not starting from this from the beginning. We've been working on this from some period of time. And it's a big, big factor for us is how do we set up so that we can tell our story in a big way? How do we get the right people, and the individuals in the room there are going to be the most important ones to be able to open those doors? And how do we set up the giving vehicles so that we can make some real progress and that people can give from their foundation, from their family funds, from a donor advised funds, from just assets that they have accumulated to be able to do a big job about that. So we're spending time and effort about this. If you look globally of all philanthropy, one of the biggest changes that's happened in the last generation has been that great philanthropists are investing more and more in great universities. Doesn't mean that there aren't other good causes that they give to. It doesn't mean that there aren't other things that interest them, but the percentage of their giving that's going to universities is increasing because they see the value of the world-class universities and the strong places. They see the value of the research that we do. They see the value of the impact that we have on economic development. They see the value that we have about solving many of the world's great problems about that group. Now they see the value in terms of individuals and how their lives are made fuller because of the teaching and mission that you have and the efforts that you're going to want to undertake. So there's lots of reasons to be optimistic. Having said that, there's nothing easy about any of this. It will require that we spend lots of time getting out and introducing ourselves. If you're at Harvard or McGill or Cambridge or lots of other places, you don't have to introduce yourself in quite the same way we do because people are familiar with the fact that you've been around for a while and you've done good things. We're starting from a very different spot. So we need to be able to first be able to say why we're important. And second is what it is that we need them to think about doing in the years ahead. So we're in that process, which brings me to I'll go to my next slide. The biggest factor is some of you there have already made a gift, and I want to thank you. And by the way, I hope that you'll make another gift and another one after that because it's that. But I also want to say that if you haven't yet made a gift, this is a good time for you to begin to think about how you could support the university. Not everyone's going to make a giant gift, but everyone could make a gift that would make a difference. The number of donors is a big factor in the credibility that we will have with some of the largest donors. If it's seen that only a couple foundations and a couple individuals are being asked to do everything, they will ask me lots more questions about this than if we can say we have thousands of individuals who have made an investment by making a gift to be able to support the university in its founding year. It's a big opportunity for us to do something that's really important. So we thought about it in my household, and my wife said after we heard from the president that about need for support for a PhD student is that I thought that we could support one. And my wife said, I think we could support a couple of them. And so we made our gift. And I want to urge everybody else here to begin to think about what role you can play as a donor. Gives you a lot of credibility about this. And second, what role you could play in terms of fundraising and the direction that we might be able to go in terms of opening the doors to other people and being able to tell our story in a dramatic and important way. That's the process that's underway. Whether you're trying to raise the kind of enormous dollars that some of those AAU institutions that were talked about before the break are able to do, or whether we're in the business about starting this journey, the ability to be able to tell our story, to be able to talk to people about this, to be able to give our own gift about that makes a big difference. And so it's sort of the efforts that are underway. So we're here trying every week to get together and to move things along and make a big difference about that. It is a slow process to get started, but I'm optimistic that we've got a great story to be able to tell. And I've wanted to thank you all for the opportunity to be able to join the meeting today. I've enjoyed all the presentations and all the kind of ways, and I'm terribly optimistic. One of the things I will just say in closing is, for 40 years, I had a chance often to be able to deal with universities on special fundraising efforts when they were 100 years old and they had a centennial or a bicentennial or a tricentennial. And inevitably we pick up and there's a little picture someplace of a campus that has a couple buildings and a handful of professors and a few students. And you've all seen that picture. And I've always wondered what it must be been like to be in that founding group and to have dreamed a big dream about what was going to happen. And they did more than dream. They worked on it. They found the money. They did all the other things. And today you see those extraordinary universities. And I want you all to think that the meetings that you've had this week and the meetings that you're going to continue to have and the efforts that you're doing this month is really in that birthing of the next great university for the world. And it's going to make a big difference in Nepal. It's going to make a big difference every place else. So I hope that I can count on you when I come around and ask you, can you give me some advice about how we're going to do something? Do you have some ideas yourself? This is going to be important. So thank you.
Thank you, sir, for a nice presentation on fundraising. So indeed, if you want to gift MBUST, there is still a chance. And we have an endowment fund collector at the right text. So if you want to give a gift to MBUST, we have plenty of time right now. Without much delay, now I'd like to invite our third presenter for this session, MBUST Journey into Uncharted Waters, Professor Nam Pyu-soo. He is a former president of Korean Advanced Institute of Science and Technology, KAIST, Assistant Director for Engineering of National Science Foundation, USA, and MIT Professor of Mechanical Engineering, and one of the trustees of MBUST. So I would like to take my delight to invite Professor Nam Pyu-soo to give his presentation on the role of government in building a world-class MBUST. Sir, floor is all yours.
Thank you. Could somebody activate the slides?
I would like to request our technical team to help him with the slides.
How do I activate the slides?
So you can share your slide from your side as well.
Okay, thank you. Well, it's a great pleasure to participate in this very important meeting. Before I say anything about the main topic of my presentation, I'd like to offer my sincere congratulations to the people in Nepal and the leadership of this university for undertaking this very important mission and task for Nepal. Before I go into a lot of details, let me just say a few words about how I formed some of the opinions, biases, and whatnot, based on some of the things I have done during my career. First of all, for people in Nepal, you may wonder about where I came from. I was born in Korea, and then at the age of 17, I came to the United States. My father was at the time teaching at Harvard. That's how I ended up in Cambridge, Massachusetts. And then I was put into school, prep school in Cambridge, Brown and Nichols School. And I attended there for 1 year and then went to MIT as a freshman. One of the reasons I mentioned this is, since we are all talking about raising funds and whatnot, years later, when I became a full professor at MIT, one of the leaders of MIT who knew me very well, when I was a freshman, asked me a very simple question. He said, "Nam, who do you think paid for your tuition when you were a freshman at MIT?" And I said, "I thought MIT gave me a scholarship." And he said, "No, that's not true. It was Mr. Edwin H.B. Pratt, P-R-A-T-T. He paid your tuition. He was the headmaster of the high school I went to, and he paid my MIT tuition. And so I sort of present this thing in honor of Mr. Pratt, and I did not find out about this in time to thank him. By then, he passed away. And this is really what makes a university a university. Many generous people supporting university. And way of introducing why I'm going to say what I'm going to say, I spent my lifetime more or less at MIT. And for 4 years, I was a running engineering directorate of the National Science Foundation. So I created a thing called Engineering Research Centers while I was in President Reagan's appointee. And then in 1970, I went back to Korea to run a school called KAIST. It's a Korea Advanced Institute of Science and Technology. In many ways, it's similar to MIT, except smaller in terms of budget and in terms of faculty size, but very similar to MIT in many other ways. So some of the things I decided to talk about today is based on my experience of trying to enhance the reputation of KAIST and to improve the quality of research and education at MIT's mechanical engineering that I headed up for 10 years, because some of that experience may be useful to this university, MBUST. Let's hear the next slide. And I think you're embarking on a very important historical site. When KAIST was started in 1971, it began because US government gave Korean government $60 million or something of that order of magnitude as a way of thanking Korean people for helping the US in fighting in Vietnam. So that's how KAIST got started. At the time, KAIST was first of its kind of university that's dedicated to science and technology. And since then, many other universities sprung up, and they're all doing very well. May I see next slide? So KAIST was established in 1970. Hong Kong's University of Science and Technology was established roughly 20 years later. And KAUST, King Abdullah University of Science and Technology, was established another 20 years or so later. And I was on the board of trustees of KAUST, so I know that university rather well. It's a very rich university with an endowment of over $3 billion, about more than perhaps Harvard's endowment at this point. I think the experience I gained at KAIST and KAUST may be relevant to what you are trying to do for Nepal. May I show next slide? This is a kind of busy slide, so don't try to read all the little prints here. As I said earlier, KAIST was established in 1970 with a $60 million given to Korea by President Johnson, I think, as a way of thanking Korean people for sending troops to Vietnam. In many ways, KAIST is similar to MIT. Number of students is about the same. they have about 4,000 undergraduate students and 6,000 graduate students, PhD candidates and master's candidates, about 50% each. And it has done very well. They became the leading institution in robotics when the US Department of Defense had a contest in robotics area. KAIST won the first prize. So it is a formidable research university. In many ways, similar to MIT in the topics they cover, but they are less strong in biology. But in engineering, I think they are quite strong. May I show next slide? KAUST is a very interesting university. And I don't think any other university can match KAUST in terms of funding. King Abdullah of Saudi Arabia established this university, and with a generous funding, very large endowment. Their endowment of KAUST is about the same or larger than that of Harvard. And Harvard always used to have the largest endowment among all the universities in the US and perhaps in the world. And today KAUST has perhaps more endowment than many other universities. It has a very small number of graduate students, and they do not have undergraduate program. And because they have rich financial resource, they could recruit top-notch professors from all over the world, many from the US, also many from Europe. They only offer master's and PhD program, and in many areas, they are very, very strong. And you can see that financial resource does make a difference in creating a top-notch university. Next slide, please. I think there are many challenges to MBUST. I think based on what little bit I know about Nepal, I think the country needs MBUST for economic development and human resource development. And I think based on what I have so far learned, MBUST has very ambitious goals, but it does lack financial resource. Without the financial resource, it will be almost impossible to reach the goals, however lofty they may be, because after all, it takes money to run a university. As an example of what KAIST had to do in 1970, when Korean economy was rather poor in a poor state, KAIST had to offer the same salary that United States universities were paying their professors. Otherwise, KAIST could not recruit these professors away from American universities. So KAIST professors were paid 5 times more than the professors at other universities in Korea. That's how they started. So people who joined KAIST at the time were paid the same salary level as the US universities. Now per capita income of Korea is about the same as the US, and therefore it's no longer an issue. But at the time, Korea was a very, very poor country with lots of demands for their resources, but not having sufficient resource. So I think there is a lesson there somewhere for MBUST, that is, the financial issues may ultimately determine whether or not you can achieve your goals. It's very difficult to run a university without financial resource. While I was at KAIST, one of the major efforts I made was to increase the budget and increase endowment. And we were very successful. In fact, KAIST professors are paid on par with that of MIT professors. Their salaries are very competitive, and therefore they can attract good people and they have done good work. So I said to President of MBUST a number of times in personal emails that the biggest task for MBUST is securing financial resource. Without securing financial resource, it will be very difficult to reach its ambitious goals because money does speak and money is needed for almost everything. Paying graduate students to undergraduate students, paying professors, equipping the laboratories, buildings, and so forth. While I was at KAIST, we built 34 new buildings because the original investment, original buildings that were built with a meager fund was crumbling. So the point I'm trying to make here is that somehow for MBUST to succeed, it has to deal with these financial issues. All the regulations, all the rules really do not make much difference at the university because they are almost identical at every university. It is a financial resource that distinguishes good universities from others. Unfortunately, that's the case. May I show next slide? And I'm really impressed by the plans that I read and the plans MBUST has for its future. But I must say, the resource available to president of MBUST is really meager. Salary is very, relatively speaking, low. Professors at KAIST is paid same as MIT professors, maybe very competitive internationally. May I see next slide? May I show next slide? May I show next slide? I guess something. Okay, I'll just speak. So my advice to my colleagues at MBUST is really deal with the financial issues. If you can solve financial issues, many other things will fall in place. But if you don't do that, it will be hard to attract brains, hard to attract good students, and so on and so forth. And I think you'll be very successful because you have a good plan and you have good people and good leadership. So I'm very optimistic. But my advice would be that really concentrate on fundraising, get the support of government. And KAIST would not have existed if they did not receive the support of US government at the time. And the same story goes with many other universities. It's unfortunate that university presidents have to spend greater of their time in gathering resource, financial resource, but that's the fact of life. And with that, I'll stop speaking. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Nam, for such a wonderful presentation. I hope your guidance will help us, MBUST, to move forward to be a world-class university. Now, I would like to present our next presenter for the session, MBUST Journey with Uncharted Waters. Our next presenter is Professor Richard Miller, founding president, Olin College of Engineering, USA. So it's my great pleasure to invite him as one of his speakers to present on mobilizing stakeholders for building world-class university. Professor Miller, floor is all yours.
Thank you very much. It's a real pleasure to be involved with this group. As you might deduce from my background, I have a special place in my heart for people who want to create new institutions. I've done this sort of work in India, in Latin America, in Asia, in Europe, in the Middle East. These are not certain ventures, and they are the most worthwhile things that people can undertake. I do have some slides prepared. I could either do this by having someone present them in the hotel room, or I could do this by sharing my screen. I'm not sure which is better. Maybe I will, if you put them up, I'll know what the answer is. If you don't, I will share my screen.
Please help him share his screen. Technical team.
Okay, I will share my screen. Can you see this?
Yes, we are seeing your screen, sir.
Okay, and one more thing, and I believe I'll be able to go through this. All right. Professor Su, who I have enormous respect for, I think he may have even been one of my teachers when I was a student at MIT many years ago. I have a story as well that I think complements his. Instead of being a student who immigrated from another country, I am a Native American, an American from many generations who was raised on a farm. In fact, our family, we were on an 80-acre farm, 4th generation. No one in my family had academic background. I got my start in academia because of the government, because of the University of California, which had a policy of providing an education for very low cost. That's how I got here. So as a result of that, I went through, again, a federal scholarship to go to MIT and then a PhD at Caltech, again, funded by help from so many other generous people. I want to talk a little bit today about lessons learned from starting a new university, which is a completely different thing from working for a world-class university from the start. And I want to talk a little bit about what world-class institutions look like, what makes them world-class, and breakthrough ideas, and how you generate recognition, advocacy, and influence so you can impact the society that you're in, starting from a blank sheet. So let me begin by telling you a little bit of story about Olin College, because I think this might be a source of inspiration for the project that you've undertaken. First off, this is Mr. Olin. He lived in the 1800s. He died in 1951. He founded something called the Olin Corporation. But his philanthropy provided the opportunity for this school to start. But this is actually, as you'll find in a minute, not actually a college or a university. It's a laboratory school, and it was created in response to a national concern. I couldn't agree more with the talks that you have just heard about the importance of resources to get started. Without the resources, nothing happens. On the other hand, it takes more than resources. It takes people. In this country, in the US, we've found that investing in MS and PhD programs is wonderful, but this sits on the top of a very tall pyramid. In order to build successful MS and PhD programs, you have to have very successful undergraduate education that attracts and develops the talent in science and engineering. Without that incoming talent, you don't get very far up the pyramid. And in this country, we don't do a very good job of attracting and building interest and success in science and engineering. In the 1990s, as Professor Su knew well because of his background at NSF, there was a program called the Coalition Program, Engineering Education Coalitions Program, which was designed to create major change in engineering education in universities that would improve the production of undergraduates who were well prepared in science and engineering. After about 5 years, the program was abandoned because the evidence showed that it was not working, and there was a great deal of anxiety and discouragement That's when the Olin Foundation came in and said, when society has a large goal, a large need, which does not seem to work after a generation or more of effort, usually there's something wrong with the fundamental assumptions. We need some breakthrough thinking. And so they decided to create this new school from a blank sheet of paper with the purpose of reinventing undergraduate education in science and engineering. And they did this about 15 miles west of MIT, which is a little bit intimidating if you know what the politics might look like. But it was the most important thing that we did, because it's people that matter most. And we were able to attract a lot of interest and resources from Harvard and MIT and other major universities to get us the right ideas and the right mission and the right passion to move forward. So this is a brief timeline. It chartered in 1997. I was the first employee that arrived in 1999. At that point, the college was not yet a place. It was just an idea. There were 5 people involved, the 4 directors of the Olin Foundation and me. And by the way, none of the directors of the Olin Foundation is an engineer, and none of them has ever worked in higher education. What could go wrong with that? So in 2000, we began hunting for founding faculty. By the way, we don't have tenure and we don't have academic departments, and everything has an expiration date. So there was a bit of a difficulty in persuading people not to go to the world-class universities nearby, but to come to the school instead. This was not an institution that was formed without a strong commitment and a lot of well-formed people. This is a Mr. Milas, who was the president of the Olin Foundation, who decided to make this investment. These are 2 people who were strongly supportive of this initiative from the start. Joe Bardogna, who was the chief operating officer of the National Science Foundation, and John Prados, who was the president of the accreditation board. The purpose of the school was to become an important and constant contributor to the advancement of engineering education in America and throughout the world. You heard a few minutes ago about the importance of having an important story, having a mission that matters. This mission is not about Olin. It's not about our students. It's about the country. It's about the world. This is why we were successful in attracting the people that we got. Olin is intended to become an education laboratory, not just an institution. It's supposed to be on the leading edge of trying new things. We would say it this way: Olin College is different from other institutions. It's that little tugboat pushing on the bow of the aircraft carrier of higher education to reorient its direction. You don't want the aircraft carrier to follow the tugboat. You want the tugboat to influence the aircraft carrier. To do that, we have no tenure, no academic departments. Every student is given about $100,000 in merit scholarships, and everything at the school has an expiration date, at least in principle. In 2018, this is just 12 years after graduating the first class, MIT published a global state-of-the-art in engineering education, contracted through some folks in the UK who do this professionally. And what we were all surprised to find is that Olin College ranked very highly in this study. Therefore, it's possible for a startup institution, even without MS and PhD programs, to become what I might call world-class in at least some way. And the way that Olin College became world-class is in its respect that it obtained among major universities worldwide in science and engineering at producing graduates with new characteristics that are highly desired. So in 2022, just 16 years after graduating our first class, the US Department of Education publishes this survey of the alumni earnings. Olin College earned #1 in the US for its graduates' earnings, just 10 years after they're starting their career. You might also know one of our alumni, Frances Haugen, who graduated in '06, was the Facebook whistleblower, which is a very publicly recognized person in the US now. So the college is doing some unusual things. We've also done our best to try and share this story with others, like our friends at MBUST, because we believe that inspiration is a very important part of getting the right people you need. So this is documented in a few places. And you can engage with Olin. In fact, I'm hoping that MBUST might consider this when you have faculty and you're starting to develop a new culture. We have a program at Olin that's designed to help universities do this. Okay, let's move on. Lessons from starting a new university. World-class people, that's the key. What are world-class people? How do you know them when you run into them? Well, they are well prepared. If you are going to work in an MIT environment and you're going to prepare graduates to do this sort of thing, you need faculty members who understand what quality looks like and who have themselves been prepared in a world-class institution. Secondly, you need thought leaders, not thought followers. The motivations for why they do things are very important. I'm going to talk about this in a minute. Thought leaders are people who ask questions, fundamental questions and assumptions. They normally assume that the basic framing of the question that others have come up with may not be complete, may not be accurate, and they ask inconvenient and difficult questions along the way. And they are not narrowly defined in one discipline, but they understand that life's journey involves integrating knowledge in many fields at the same time. So they, for example, who do they have lunch with every day? If you only have lunch with people in your department, you're probably going to confine your ability to have breakthrough ideas. Breakthrough ideas, how do those things happen? There's a number of experiments that we've done at Olin and other places which were convincing us that intrinsic motivation is a fundamental power force here. One of the sources of this is research by a psychologist at Harvard, Teresa Amabile, who recognized through her research the role that that self-expression plays in all creative activity. If I can remember one of her examples, which I think is very instructive. She did work early in her career in art. She asked artists who were very accomplished in their field to allow her to borrow some samples of art that they had created in two categories. The first category was art that they had produced as a result of a commission. Someone paid them to paint a portrait of the President of the United States. The other category is art that no one paid them to do. This is art that they had a personal interest in. And these collections, maybe I'm going to make up the numbers, maybe 10 artists, maybe 10 samples of each. So she had 100 samples over this collection of artists, 100 samples of commissioned art and 100 samples of non-commissioned art. And she put them in different rooms. She thanked them very much, and she said goodbye. Then she brought in an independent group of art critics who didn't know the source of the art, and she asked them to evaluate the overall quality of the art in the two groups. And she said she was stunned by the results, that almost without exception, the art critics identified the non-commissioned art as being of much higher quality than the commissioned art. Now, there's a lesson here that when you're doing creative work, the work that is driven by the passions of your heart, rather than the concern of your pocketbook, are more likely to be world-class. And I believe this extends to research as well. This principle, by the way, is explained very simply in a publicly accessible book by Dan Pink called Drive, The Surprising Truth About What Motivates Us. This is not just about art. One of our really strong mentors who passed away recently is Henry Rozovsky at Harvard, wrote a paper recently at the at the request of the Carnegie Foundation on research universities, American exceptionalism. I encourage you to take a look at this because I know you've taken the bold step at MBUST to promote academic freedom, which is allowing faculty members, encouraging faculty members to pursue the truth no matter where it leads, to look at those inconvenient assumptions that are at the heart of breakthrough thinking. And Henry Point, who was briefly the president of Harvard and a long time dean of the Arts and Sciences School at Harvard, the faculty, points out in this paper the critical foundation of academic freedom as the one unifying factor of the 3/4 of the top ranked research universities in the world who happen to have their home in the United States. By the way, Caltech, which was my PhD alma mater, has a motto: the truth shall make you free. Academic freedom is so important, and I'm so proud of what MBUST is doing to try and break new ground to emphasize that in your institution. I believe that's the key to becoming world-class. By the way, there are costs of this. This is what I would call a Heisenberg uncertainty principle applied to management of innovation. On the vertical axis, you have the predictability of performance, the cost and schedule. You want to deliver something on time and on budget, and and you're the leader, and you have this responsibility to make sure that you're never embarrassed by the outcome. On the other hand, on the horizontal axis, you have this level of innovation. How creative is it? How bold and breakthrough thinking oriented is this result? And as you might expect, the more predictable outcomes influence everyone in the institution to not take risks because we don't want it to be unpredictable. On the other hand, if you want to create breakthrough thinking from a leadership point of view, you have no choice but to take some risk that occasionally the outcomes will not be what you had hoped. Finally, I want to mention just a minute about how do you obtain recognition as a startup institution and advocacy among other institutions, and how do you become influential so that you can in fact inspire change in the other universities in your region to join you in this commitment to world-class success. And the answer to that, of course, is different in each culture and each institution, but the methodology that worked the best for the institution that I ran was something we call the President's Advisory Council. And I've been talking with President Rajendra Joshi, and I believe he understands this well. And I can see from the people he's already assembled, this is working quite well. When we started Olin in 1999, and all of my friends thought I was crazy doing this, I have a 5-page single-spaced letter from Mary Sue Coleman, my mentor at the time, who became the president of the AAU, the top 60-some research universities in the US. Please don't do this. You don't know these people. This is too risky. No one's ever heard of Olin. They may have unpopular ideas. Don't go. You can see how well I follow directions. But once I got there, I began to realize this is a much too important job for one person to do. And I went to the most respected and the most accomplished people I knew. I went to Chuck Vest at MIT, then the president of the National Academy of Engineering. I went to the president of the University of Michigan. I went to the provost at Caltech. I went to the chief engineer at Raytheon, the chief engineer at Boeing, and I asked them a simple question. If you could change one or two things about engineering education, what would they be? It turns out everybody has an opinion on this. After listening to them, I asked them for their help. I said, I just need your help. I have this unusual responsibility. It's a once in a millennium opportunity to rethink what it means to be an engineer, to rethink what it means to be educated in the 21st century. It's much too big of a job for me. Maybe it will work, maybe it won't work. It's worthy of the best efforts that we have in this country. Would you help me? I won't waste your time. I only want you to come to our institution for 24 hours for 2 days a year. Almost no one said no. That advice not only helped guide us through the strategy, these people became advocates for our program. We became their laboratory. They spread the advice and the influence. I also had to do a lot of travel. In 2019, I made 9 international trips. In 2020, I made 2 before the COVID curtain came down. It's a long road. It's an uncertain road. It's the most worthy thing you will do in your career. That's my advice and my guidance to you. I couldn't be happier to be associated with this group of innovators, and congratulations on all the work that you're doing now.
Thank you, Professor Miller, for such an insightful presentation. We will definitely take your suggestion to move forward to make MBUST a world-class university. I regret to inform all our audience that one of our speakers couldn't make it for his presentation. Our Honorable Mahesh Prasad Bartola, sir, one of the trustees of MBUST. So at this moment, we'd like to take an opportunity to have a question and answer time. So if you have any queries or questions, please feel free to ask. And I would like to ask Suraj Chaudhary, Neelam, Ms. Neelam, Ms. Anamika, and Mr. Vivek to help in this session. Meanwhile, if we find our next speaker online, we'll proceed with the presentation. Before that, we will move forward to question and answer session.
My name is Arjun Karki. I'm in the process of establishing a new university in Nepal. I have a question for Professor Nam. You said without having the $60 million gift from the United States, maybe KAIST wouldn't have, it shouldn't have come into existence. Was the idea conceived before the US government placed that gift, or the gift came afterwards? Because countries like ours, we know that we got to make a progress. We got to invest in science and technology and higher education as a whole, but we do not have the kind of resources that is needed to make a wise investment and push the development goals. So I just wanted to have your opinion. What was the Korean experience in that regard? Did the idea came first or the money came first? Thank you.
Well, let me give you a sort of a long-winded answer to that. Normally, people assume that if you're sitting at MIT, money will just flow in. But after returning from NSF, National Science Foundation, 4 years I served under President Reagan. Mechanical engineering department at MIT, I found was needed major changes or innovation or renovation, whatever you want to call it. Because MIT mechanical engineering had about 60 professors, all very famous people, who are well known worldwide. But I realized that they became famous because they were working on things that were based on last half the century of 19th century or first half of 20th century physics and science. And we are moving into 21st century, and we did not have the right people who can deal with the new issues using new up-to-date 20th century physics and chemistry and what have you. So one of the first things I had to do was to change the culture. As you know, when people are very proud and someone says that culture should be changed, the reception tends to be very poor. But in any case, the first thing I had to do to change mechanical engineering was to create financial resources. Most people think that MIT has a lot of money flowing out from somewhere, but it turns out that mechanical engineering depended totally on MIT's budget, and therefore they could not do anything new. So the first thing I had to do was start raising money for mechanical engineering, and I was very successful at that. When I went to KAIST, same thing. They had a very comfortable life. Professors were well paid. They're comparable to US pay. And then they had good students coming in because students are fully funded by government. And therefore, without trying very hard, they could produce a lot of research papers on more or less same topics because they had wonderful students. But professors did not have enough reason to search for new ideas and whatnot because money was readily available. So fundraising has a lot to do with changing the culture. So at both institutions, at MIT and KAIST, I raised a lot of money and as a way of changing the culture. And that's it. Normally doesn't go over very, very well. At both institutions, I had a revolt. At MIT, my colleagues in mechanical engineering, we had about 65 or so professors. Half of them voted to kick me out after 4 months into my job. At KAIST, same thing, because people do not like changes. They have a comfortable life. When somebody comes in and says, you are not as good as you think you are, then people tend to have a very bad reaction. And the point I'm trying to make is that fundraising has to be based on a goal worthy of financial support. So at KAIST, I raised a lot of money, mainly through newspapers. Newspapers wrote up all the changes we wanted to make at KAIST. And as a result, relatively rich people, but not the richest people, opened up their purse. Most of the money came into KAIST from people who had maybe $10 to $50 million. People who had billions of dollars did not give us any money. And because people were convinced that we are trying to do the right thing. So raising money is a very difficult thing, but it's a doable thing. And it almost has nothing to do with national economy in some sense, because there are people with financial resources in every country. It's a matter of convincing them to help the universities to renovate, to change, and do what it has to do for society, for people, and for the country.
Thank you, sir. Question.
Namaste. My name is Hirakaji Mananda. By training, I'm a plant pathologist. I have a general question. Maybe this question goes to our president, sir. But before my question, I would like to make one observation that I hope that many of you have been to Chitlang. I don't have to tell you who have been there that what is the, world class, like something like that, because I have been there. And I'm saying this just on the basis of the structure they have made. And that is really world class. Okay. And I would like to congratulate our president, sir, for his visionary those things. One question I'm going to ask is that this morning, Professor Joshi, sir, told us that in December, you are going to enroll 6 PhDs, could be 6, 7, something, and 2 MScs students. And for university, what is the minimum number of the students to be enrolled per year? Okay, I can put this question in another way also. In 5 years, what is the target of your target of number of students? That's my question, sir. Thank you.
There are 2 ways to work. We can start from $450 million of donation like Wolin College of Engineering, and basically with no money in the pocket. All we have been doing is planning for uncertainty. Practically, our plans change practically every week. When we started building, we thought that we will build a building for 4 million rupees. Then we went to 10 million. It became 20 million. So all depends upon how much fund we can raise. The reason we are not giving fixed number is because we need to finance scholarship of students. We can meet operating cost, we have money for that. For scholarship of students, for one student, we need $3,000 per year. So unless we have money, we are not going to enroll anybody. And unless we have a project related to industry, unless an industry gives us problem, we are not going to enroll. So our idea is basically enrolling as per demand of the industry and fully financing all students. So because of that, I hesitate to give exact number, but the target for this year is 32 students only. You would say very small number. If you really want to maintain quality, we cannot move fast because getting good professors is very difficult. We do have some faculty, actually we have not hired them, going to hire. Also, we have a lot of Nepal loving volunteers, retired professors who are trying to help. Now, if you ask me what would be your target for 5 years, I think some 300 students be good enough for me. We are not looking for more.
Thank you, sir. Is there any questions from anyone?
Thank you. My question is to Professor Miller. As we learned from all of you 3 speakers that financial resources are very important aspect. And in the beginning stage, in addition to that, to find those people as a faculty or as a students also who are interested to take challenge and work as per the ambition of the institution, right? So for that, we need to have right people as a faculty and students. So how, in case of Olin also, because you started a new approach on the teaching learning, and then you need to have people who could match your objective of the institutions or how you will run the program. So in that context, on how approach you selected your faculties and students in the early stage. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. That's very important, especially now. Who you bring in at the beginning will help to set that culture for a long time to come. If you have experienced faculty member who is very set in their ways. And some young faculty member comes with a great idea that's new. If the experienced one is dismissive, rolls their eyes and said, oh, we tried that 10 years ago, it doesn't work. It changes the whole culture. So when Olin was recruiting, I was very pessimistic, actually, that we would find good faculty. Having come from 25 years in major Big Ten and Pac-10 universities, it was all about research and about number of papers you have and research grants. And we were not going to offer tenure. So I thought, no one is going to come. We may get a few faculty members who retired from industry and always wanted to teach, something like that. That's not what happened. We had 150 resumes for every position we looked for. We had 2 faculty members resign from MIT to join us. We had 3 senior faculty members from Vanderbilt join us. We had people from all over the country. This was a surprise. We had, in fact, a fellow who was the head of space sciences at NASA Goddard Research Center with 700 astrophysicists and scientists came to us. Why did they do that? They did for the opportunity to be creative, to rethink, to invent, because they found that in the traditional universities, there's a great deal of tradition and peer review becomes a really confining force. Being respected by your peers makes it difficult to take risk. But at Olin, we created a culture which welcomed risk and welcomed those unconventional ideas. We were able to succeed at recruiting an unusually creative group of people. I think that's a very important point to note. They certainly didn't come for the security because we don't have tenure. They have renewable contracts, which can always be changed as the institution changes its goal. Doesn't seem to deter them. By the way, we had a number of faculty members who were very well known from around the US apply to come. These were people we found who had a reputation for being creative and wanting to make a big change. But they had one idea that they had been working on for a decade and were frustrated in their institution because they could not persuade their colleagues to join them. And they said, finally, a new place where I can get this change to happen. And they came and presented to us. We didn't hire any of them. And the reason was we were convinced that they were not actually open-minded. They were a solution in search of a problem. They had one, they were a hammer looking for nails to hit. They always hit the same thing. And so we listened to them, but we didn't hire them. We hired mostly younger faculty members who were the top of their class, who were really creative, who were driven by a mission. Last thing I'll say is it depends on how you present the opportunity. If you had 100 words to spend in talking to these really capable world-class faculty you want to bring in, you should spend, in my view, about 80 of those words talking about the urgency of the problem you're trying to solve, the mission, why this is the most important thing in Nepal to have this new university, why it will change the culture for the whole country, why it's as worthy of the rest of your life. Maybe spend 15 words talking about some of the ideas that you have that you might implement that, only 5 words about how to do it, and basically say, we need your help to know how to do it. That's what the opportunity is. This is the most important thing you'll ever do in your career. It's not a job, it's a calling. This is like getting a call from the president, we need your help, okay? This is very much like fundraising. This resonates a lot with what you've heard about raising money for the institution. It's about being worthy of a person's career.
Thank you, sir, for your answer. Okay, there is one more question.
Very good evening, all the distinguished personalities, expertise, as well as all the participants. After participating in this conference, we, the people of Chitlang, knew there has been done much more things earlier. And we, all the people of Chitlang, are excited. We have no more questions, but I'm going to say something. In the beginning, when the concept of Madan Bhandari University of Science and Technology arises, we, all the people of the Chitlang, cooperated to build up a university. We are just waiting how the MBUST is transforming the economic and social status of that locality. Only a strong belief, on the strong belief, a big areas of land was handed over by the people, by the school. Here's the question. The MBUST need capable student. So how the MBUST is trying to produce capable students from that locality? We're waiting. We're exciting as well. The main mission of MBUST is clarified earlier from our president, Professor Rajendra Joshi. Our mission is producing job creator, not job seeker. That was great. It is a big problem of our country. And the another thing is, in the beginning, here is signed our MOU with Hotel Himalaya Deputy Udyog. It is confirmed such a potential place, Chitlang. The subject matters. So thank you for this. And the another point which touched my heart, the U-turn of diaspora. How to U-turn them in Nepal through MBUST. And as far as the endowment fund is concerned, so many things has been done worldwidely to raise the endowment fund. To raise the endowment fund, after participating this conference, we will obviously do something. We will obviously work out in our locality to raise the endowment fund. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We will be looking forward to your help. Any questions? It's been a long day and it's very tiring, but I appreciate your perseverance in listening our speakers and giving us time. Our next speaker will be here by 18:20. So we have 20 more minutes left. So if you have any questions to any of our speakers in this session, please feel free to ask. I would like to ask technical team if there is any questions from our online audiences and participants. We think our last but not the least speaker is already online. I would like to ask our technical team if she's online. I think she will take some time. So for a meanwhile, I would again like to thank all the stakeholders who have helped MBUST to be where we are now. So today we are embarking our journey formally and inaugurated our logo, and we will be launching our program very soon. And once again, I would like to thank all the stakeholders and people of Chitlang for supporting Madan Bhandari University of Science and Technology. We hope in future we can help to solve the problems of people of Chitlang and as well as people of Nepal in different sectors, including organic agriculture, engineering, tourism, artificial intelligence, which can help in the economic development of our country. I hope to get the support from all the stakeholders and guidance from our respected Board of Trustees who has joined hands with MBUST to make the MBUST a world-class university. Okay, there is one question from our Professor Tiwari sir to Professor Miller.
So we're waiting for you.
I see.
If you could just, open, we're waiting for you.
When you are making your presentation, the idea of having world-class people together, and I could say from a presentation that you were very lucky that you were going around with all these big universities or more successful places of that time, and you could identify those people. Do you have any kind of advice on how Dr. Joshi could go around looking for world-class people in the context that we live in? What would be some of the ways of trying to look for these kind of people in our context?
Well, I'm sure that Professor Su could answer this easily as well. I can tell you how we did this, which I think might provide some clues. Number one, since no one knows about you, putting an advertisement in the Chronicle of Higher Education is probably not the best approach. You know people, that you have a network. If you were to begin by contacting the people at existing universities where the quality already exists in the fields you're looking for, and call them and ask them for their help. Who are the students that they've had that stand out as someone who could be really influential in starting a new institution? And reach out to them and shake the tree. Don't wait for the apples to fall. That's one thing. This second thing is to be really concerned that finding people who went to MIT or to Caltech or places where I went is a good thing, but you have some cultural advantages in Nepal which are easy to overlook. I would be interested in tracing the graduates from Nepal who have gone abroad. I spent the 1990s in Iowa, I was the Dean of Engineering at the University of Iowa in the Midwest. This is not a very well-known state in the United States. I think my aunt and uncle still are not exactly sure where I went, whether it was Ohio or Idaho or Iowa. I don't know. It's one of those I&O states in the middle of the country. Iowa is an interesting place. It's mostly rural, has an agricultural background, not entirely unlike Nepal. What happens in Iowa, they have two really good universities that are AAU institutions, and the kids there go to those universities and get an education, and they leave the farm, much as I did. And then they leave the state. They normally go to either the West Coast or the East Coast, and they make their career there, and they don't come home. How do you recruit world-class faculty members into Iowa? We found there's really two sources. One of them is track your own graduates. Where did these people go? We found that it's very common in Iowa for young people to move to, say, San Francisco, start a company, and get very involved in a career. But the problem is they then have children, and they want their children to have the same opportunities they did. And the cost of living in San Francisco is way more expensive than the cost of living in Iowa. So we found it was relatively successful to contact our own alumni who were maybe in their mid-30s to mid-40s, who had children who were ready to go to college, and invite them to come back for a visit to the University of Iowa. Well, they have very good education systems. It's not very expensive, and they have family nearby to take care of the grandchildren. So you need to think hard about your own cultural advantages, what it is that you can do that others can't do. So those are just some ideas.
May I say a word?
Sure.
May I speak?
Sure, sir. Please.
I cannot quite hear you. May I speak?
Sure, sir. You can. You may.
Okay, I guess I'll speak. You know, there isn't too many other institutions like MIT in terms of faculty, quality, programs, financial resource, and what have you. But when I was asked after I returned from the National Science Foundation, I was offered two jobs. One was to become a president of a university in Midwest, and another one was to become head of mechanical engineering at MIT. And for a number of reasons, I chose to stay at MIT. And when I looked over the famous Department of Mechanical Engineering, #1 rated department in mechanical engineering in the US, I realized that we have a problem because many people are very famous for what they have done, but they were entrenched in either the late 19th century or early 20th century physics. So they applied this old basic science to a variety of problems, and they became very famous. The problem was that was great that they have done that, but they wanted to continue that tradition. They hired young people who were just like themselves. They hired many of their former students. So I stopped that. I stopped hiring from amongst MIT graduates. We reached out and we looked for people with some new intellectual background who can move us into a new field for the 21st century. And my colleagues in mechanical engineering were very unhappy because they were the people who led their field. Their reputation was really impeccable, and they made great deal of contributions to engineering. And yet, when someone wants to change it, they thought that we are denying their contributions or what have you. So I had a revolt. After 4 months into my job, my senior colleagues, about half of full professors, voted to ask me to step aside and let somebody else run the department. And obviously that was a very unpleasant experience. And MIT has a system called visiting committee. They used visiting committee to ask me to give up my job and let someone else run the department. It was a big event within MIT administration. And after thinking about it for a while, I decided to stay on, because if I gave up this reform, I realized that, especially my wife realized that no one else can make changes and cannot move into new fields. So I stayed on, and I had a large number of young professors whose disciplinary background was not in mechanical engineering. They got their degrees in physics, chemistry, material science, what have you. And this way we could change the direction of the intellectual direction of the department. And so instead of doing their job only for 3 years, I stayed on for 10 years, so nobody else could go back to the way mechanical engineering used to be. And then the good thing is other universities start changing as well, and they stabilized all change. So now the Department of Mechanical Engineering at MIT is hardly recognizable. I don't really know young people. And they're doing, as far as I know, great things in new fields, taking mechanical engineering into new territories, new problems, and creating new discipline. So the point I'm trying to make is that changing university is a very difficult thing. And especially changing university with people with a greater pride in what they have done is not easy. But yet, for universities to march on and become a better and greater institution, the change has got to be introduced on a timely basis. And this is the only way they can maintain their reputation.
Thank you, sir, for your answer. Now we'd like to move on to our final presentation. Last but not the least, I'd like to invite with delight our presenter, Dr. Kenichi Ohashi, former country director, the World Bank, Nepal Country Office, member Trustee Recommendation Committee of MBUST, Director Everest Fund of Science and Technology, USA. So with much delight, I would like to request Dr. Ohashi to give his presentation on tapping the inherent strength of Nepalese Society for Development of MBUST. Sir, floor is all yours.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. At the end of a long day, I'm sure you're all tired, and I'm perhaps the last speaker standing between you and dinner. So I will try to make my statement short, very short, though not as short as perhaps Lincoln's famous Gettysburg Address, which is said to have lasted only 2 minutes. I'm speaking to participants who all know or believe MBUST is going to succeed. Nevertheless, when you look at it from strangers' vantage point, it's an amazing and perhaps unlikely even attempt to create a new university of science and technology in Nepal. So let me talk a little bit about why I think it's going to work. Nepal is one of the poorest countries in the world, and not surprisingly,
its history of economic and social development is replete with episodes of failed projects. But there have been notable exceptions. When one studies these episodes, success stories, a common theme emerges. When bottom-up efforts to improve life in Nepal is given the space they need, good things happen. Sometimes success stories arise from individual efforts, but more often they are driven by communities. Perhaps the most famous example of development success in Nepal is community management of forests. With the economic opening of the country in the 1950s and the growing population, Nepal's forests were cut down at an alarming rate. By the 1970s, there were concerns that the mountains of Nepal might become completely denuded of trees, with obviously calamitous consequences. Partly in desperation, the government decided to allow communities to manage their own forest areas. As most of us know, responsible management and use of a common property is challenging, but Nepali communities proved to be highly effective in doing so. The forest cover in Nepal increased from a mere 36% in 1984 to 45% in 2015. This is an increase of 25% in 30 years. Marveling at the success, one observer said, Nepal has reversed the tragedy of the commons. Such is the strength of Nepali community. For this and other community-driven development initiatives, the World Bank and other donors have given significant financial support. This allowed scaling up of individually small community-level actions. The idea of building a world-class science and technology university in Nepal is clearly a bottom-up initiative. It is not a typical community-based development project, but it has created its own community of supporters. In that sense, it is very much community-driven. That gives me a great hope that it will succeed. There is another aspect of Nepal that is important in making significant changes and reforms possible. There is plenty of corruption in politics and the government, from the very top to the bottom. That is a fundamental reason why Nepal remains a poor country. However, when this problematic system encounters someone who has an unassailable reputation for integrity and a purpose of action that is meant to bring a common good, from time to time, it yields a space for such a person to pursue his or her own goal. Perhaps the people know how difficult it is not to be corrupted in the Nepalese system and respect those few who are exceptions. The man who has led the effort to create MBUST, Professor Rajendra Joshi, my former colleague from the World Bank and friend, is just such a person. Even the corrupt politicians and government officials give him the space for action. That is precisely how he has come this far. To me, MBUST is a quintessential example of Nepali citizens changing the country bottom up, based on the strengths of community and led by a person of exceptional integrity and vision. It is not a pipe dream. The university is already a reality, and I have no doubt it will be a world-class university before long, especially if the international community steps up with substantial financial support. That's all I have to tell you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ohaisi, for such encouraging and nice comments on the strength of our Nepalese community. We Nepalese community can do if we put our mind and efforts on anything we want to. So we would appreciate your constant guidance, encouragement, and support to make MBUST a world-class university. Thank you very much, sir. Now we would like to proceed for our question and answer round again. And if there's any question for our Dr. Ohaisi from our audience or participants, please feel free to ask the question.
I have a question. May I ask a question?
Sure, sir, please go ahead.
I'm wondering, would Asian Bank or World Bank would provide some financial support for this university?
I'd like to request
If I may, I am no longer working at the World Bank, but had I been still the country director of the World Bank for Nepal, I would have loved to support this project. But I cannot speak for the current leadership team. I believe perhaps Rajendra can say more. There was discussion earlier on between Rajendra and ADB about possible support, but it did not materialize, perhaps because it took quite a long time for Rajendra to convince everybody to create the right governance structure. And in the meantime, ADB's, I guess, focus shifted. But I would think both institutions should be looking at this university as a great opportunity to support Nepal's development. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. We have one question from our president.
Answer.
Answer, okay, answer from him as well.
We are meeting with Deputy Director General of EADB this Saturday. Our board chair, Padma Jyoti sir, and me. And I think something else? No, perhaps not. So the purpose of meeting is actually defining the scope of EADB project in higher education, which is slated to start next year. The project is $50 million project. And Dr. Sungsup, who is coming, was actually involved in the first project, which didn't materialize. So I think by all means, he would be willing to support, provided the government is keen to support. I don't think government will not be keen to support at this stage. So if we can act together, influence from all sides possible, including you, we have good chance of probably getting funding from next EADB project. Our UGC is here, so I would really like to request, because I don't see other government people, to lobby for it so that we do get support from the EADB. But EADB support of $20 million is very good, but not nearly enough. So we do have chance for getting some money from the World Bank too. I had some discussion with the World Bank. They said that if government is very keen, we can provide additional financing from the nurturing in higher education project, which is ongoing in Nepal, $70 million. So adding another $35 million is not a problem. It's question of persuasion. So with beauty, with our distinguished colleagues supporting us, probably we should be able to get funding from both.
Okay, thank you, sir. If there's any question from our participants, we would like to take one last. I think there are no more questions. I think you all are now clear about the MBUST journey and how we will going forward to become a world-class university. Finally, I would like to request our respected chair of the program, chairman of Board of Trustees, Padmajyoti sir, to conclude this conference with a vote of thanks. Please, sir.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we have to come to an end of a rather long day, but I don't feel tired at all. Actually, I feel much better than when I joined 8 o'clock in the morning. Because I think today we did something historic. We launched MBUST, which was, of course, under Professor Rajan Joshi's vision. All of us followed him, believed in him, and finally it's a reality. So it makes us really, really very happy and proud. And I know so many of you and so many who joined us online and those who are not present at this moment, they have made it, contributed to making it a reality. So I think we already thanked them earlier. What amazed me was that conference of this nature, usually people, listen. I mean, all of them don't come from academic profession. But I was amazed to see so many participants stayed on and on for 10 hours and listen to the entire day's proceedings. So this shows that, number one, the speakers, I think, who came here to support us and to motivate us, I mean, their fame and the quality of the people who came as speakers to motivate us. So that is one. And second, I think all of them really thought and believed that MBUST is an idea is worth supporting, and it will help Nepal. So I think these two factors, I think, is why we are here, even after 10 hours, feeling still refreshed and ready to go, I think, again, start tomorrow working for MBUST. And I also have to special thanks to Madam Suzanne, Professor Suzanne, and Professor Siram, having come all the way, traveled long distances to be here with us. I think your presence here physically also meant quite a lot for all of us, and we are very happy to see you. But after listening to today's deliberations, I know that MBUST family and especially BOT, our boards of trustees, we realize that we have quite a lot to do. Professor Rajan Joshi is very cool. I think so. He thinks we'll do it. I know we'll do it, but I think among board of trustees, some of us think it's quite a overwhelming task. Sometimes feel a little intimidating, but I think this also inspired us, because after having listened to so many great speakers, the top brains in the top universities of the world, and also the amount of goodwill and support we received in Nepal and overseas, right from the villagers in the Chitlang Valley where we visited, where our campus is located, the citizens of that valley, and to the government officials
whom we met in the course of this MBUST launch program, top government officials, ministers, and the eminent people in the academia, in the business world. Everyone, I think, had they were full of support that, yes, we are with you, you go ahead. So that, I think, what gives us a motivation to continue, and we feel confident that in the coming days, we'll be making good progress. But of course, we have to be together till the end. So with these few words, may I thank each one of you who have been with us the entire day, and especially people who are online, our distinguished panelists from online. We are truly grateful, and for having, I don't know, it's morning or daytime or evening, I don't know. Some of you is still morning, I think. So spending a long morning hours with us. Thank you very much, sir. And also all of you, thank you very much for making the very productive and historic day. Thank you.